shown you what I'm feeling when I hold you. It feels like heaven, heaven surrounds me. Every time you wrap your arms around me, and there's nothing I can say or ever do to deserve the love of a woman like you. No, there's nothing I can say or ever do to deserve the love of a woman like you. Yeah, yeah. A woman like you. Oh, I don't deserve it, but I'm thankful. Oh, a woman like you. A woman like you. Woman like you. Wrap my arms around you. Oh, like you. Don't deserve it, but I'm thankful for a woman like you.
Watch this, Paris. Who wants to live and I want to this? Here why?
Thought I could live without you. Thought everything would be fine. Saw nothing special about you, but still you were plaguing my mind. I used to take you for granted. You were the last name in my life. Presently you're the most wanted at the top of my line. And it was yesterday when I saw you down the lane. You and my best friend.
Jealousy
My
real.
heart felt the pain. And now I'm falling in love all over again. Yeah. How could I ever doubt that you were mine? I'm falling in love all over again.
Watch this.
How could I ever doubt that you were mine?
Paris.
Yeah.
Oh, said that big man don't cry. You never miss the water till the well run dry. Would you find it in your heart to give me one more blight? I won't abuse the situation. This time I won't lie. For my nightly conversation. Also me lullaby. Fresh sweet orange juice. And me eggs well fried. Garments well clean. From me socks to me tie. She's a friend also a lover. That mean me not be shy. We express myself straight up to the sky. You. Oh, said that big man don't cry. You never miss the water till you well run dry. Me say, oh, said that big man don't cry.
Now I'm falling in love all over again.
It's only natural.
How could I ever doubt that you were my friend? Yeah. But now I'm falling in love all over again.
As I was saying,
How could I ever doubt that you were my friend?
watch this. Woman on this all your sweet chat. I know you massage me back. It gon' me have the system and time I get that. Woman want affection. Somebody feeling pan. Through me ignorance, me never understand. I'm going to take time out to show me love motion. I make you know we can't stop, can't respond. I am the greatest lover boy in on the island. More time you slip up, more time you go wrong. Hear me out, woman, I beg you understand. Even the wisest man, the great King Solomon. Take with him picky and get a wrong bank. That's how he lose him tune in the great Babylon. So me say, oh, say that big man don't cry. I learn the hard way, woman don't ask me why you. Oh, say that big man don't cry. Come berries, I'ma come tell the world why.
Now I'm falling in love all over again. Yeah. How could I ever doubt?
He's a friend of ours, son.
I'm falling in love all over again. How could I ever doubt?
Watch this. All over the earth, the woman, them God bless. Put on the land for man, the man, I make them take sense. More time you hurt them feeling and make them vex. But I'm making a part, that is the greatest. Discuss matters over company and kiss and caress. One bunch of band and them rate you as the best. Tell me, oh, say that big man don't cry. try. I learn the hard way, don't ask the DJ why you. Ooh, say that big man don't cry. Now make me eye drink, there is him no stop cry. Ask me just come on. Anyway, you want to find yourself.
Some more, can you play some more? Lift it up, jack it up, pull it up, come again. Can you play some more? Can you play some more?
With one glass, then I will water all stars Spain, man. Just come on. Anyway, you want to find yourself. I'm a fighting.
Some more, can you play some more? Lift it up, jack it up, pull it up, come again. Can you play some more? Can you play some more?
Without the dance hall, and when we woulda do reggae music hall, you must answer to wind up, jump up. When you hear sweet reggae, put your back and bury someone and tell them to them. Without the dance hall, when we woulda do reggae music hall, you must answer to wind up, jump up. When you hear sweet reggae, put your back and bury someone and tell them to them. Everyone a do the dance with them love. In this a dance hall, no farmer photo. Great everyone that enter with a hook up, spread out and listen to some sweet dub and dub.
Pull up the vibes that you're playing. Can you play some more? Can you play some more? Lift it up, jack it up, pull it up, come again. Can you play some more? Can you play some more? Harry and the one named Skeleton, them know everything where I go on. Never wrote them in and we can't find out in the brethren, them in the land. Everywhere I look is pure skanking. I see no statue around.
I see girls that get wild. Select spin music versatile. They want on down with sound and broke with one sound. Who them a try turn in a account? Hands are full up and me can't get a chance. Oh me a go find this string in the dance. Music up your people jump and dance. Rock out, you select the boy.
Lift it up, jack it up, pull it up, come again. Can you play some more? Can you play some more?
The one dance a cry. The one dance a cry. I say the one dance a cry. Can't get a chance, let a little step. Dance and ram and miss no place to left. A police come and turn it up, the times they want for record. And this is much fun and this is no respect.
Yes, you got me rocking in a corner. Can't express how me glad me come on, yeah. I never seen so much good vibes flow. Everyone inside is like family, yeah. I see no strangers around. And every massive is here. And tonight we don't care. Till the violence that make we rock it to the step. Jump up and laugh, every man get down now. Pull up the vibes that you're playing. Can you play some more? Can you play some more?
Just come on. Anyway, give them a dance, yeah. I'm a fighting. Sing fast.
Pull up the vibes that you're playing. Can you play some more? Can you play some more? Lift it up, jack it up, pull it up, come again. Can you play some more? Can you play some more?
Without the dance hall, and when we woulda do reggae music hall, you must answer to wind up, jump up. When you hear sweet reggae, put your back and bury someone and tell them to them. Without the dance hall, when we woulda do reggae music hall, you must answer to wind up, jump up. When you hear sweet reggae, put your back and bury someone and tell them to them. Everyone a do the dance when them love. In this a dance hall, no farmer photo. Great everyone that enter with a hook up, spread out and listen to some sweet dub and dub.
vibes that you're playing. Can you play some more? Can you play some more? Lift it up, jack it up, pull it up, come again. Can you play some more? Can you play some more? Scary and the one named Skeleton.
Bishop, keep the light on them now here. Whoa!
Everybody life, I know me one, you know. But me feel like me the devil said fan, you know. Man, me feel like we go check a mother woman, you know.
Who don't got long, you know?
Satan strong, you know. Yeah, I got it younger. You know, talk about love and making it another.
You know,
touch up her neck, make she a shiver and a.
You know,
when me two times she just wake up herself, me have to carry go. You know, bring her on a condom after that another. They go so big and go so bang, she go so big and go so bang.
Mash up that dance all you know.
Bang and I say that I man, you know. Innocently when I left me through Johnny, you know. Man and me she want come dash jacket pan it.
Just mad.
She want the big little name Wellington.
Yellow.
Satan strong, you know. Everything me do from where they me do so wrong, you know. Me no know where this a come from, you know. Look like
I read about no, it's all about the tea called the double flavor.
Satan strong, you know. Everything me do from where they me do so wrong, you know. Must see that's why son got on Christian, you know. Well, Satan strong, you know. In everybody life I know me man, you know. But me feel like me everything.
Here's a little lesson in your life. Certain things we can't live without now. Counting your blessings in life and starting today. Roll every good time roll. Every man come free your soul. Don't get this struggle at home. Rolling at the good times roll. No better time than now, and there's no better way to let it out. You don't have to be alone, just rolling at the good times roll. To all the vibes I run, certain things get done. Clean up the east, west, north, and south, and turn that into fun. Talking whosoever, worried is a rover. Look in yourself, know it's time and get sober and roll at the good times roll. Every man come free your soul. Oh, get this trouble at home. Rolling like the good times roll. Addressing folks everywhere. You should know this is everyone's affair. Play your part, don't be cold. Just rolling like the good times roll.
Only the one life so make we enjoy. Is him on schism, that be his joy. Hearing us and listen of his fly. Set it with the girl and boy. Hey, from it we go and just let it happen. Qualification time so come here my friend. Full time yourself until the father say when. Pure niceness from start to end.
To enjoy. You got the sun and the moon, water, everything, and only you alone can destroy. Yeah, so roll at the good times roll. Now every night come free your soul. Forget this trouble at all. Just roll at the good times roll. Yeah. People gather round, bring the children come. First we have to teach them about respect for everyone. Okay, whosoever, know you got the power. Look in yourself, now it's time and get sober. Roll at the good times roll. Every man come free your soul. Don't get this trouble at all. Just rolling at the good times roll.
Watch out now then, 100% niceness guarantee. Say to yourself, no man no better than me. Take your one from your jaw, find time for free. After all, remember living is the key. Yo, don't wanna work, don't wanna pay, man, I spend on every help. Make the dog and the kitty come in every them. Well, me not
is located in the capital city of St. John's, Antigua in the Caribbean Sea.
Okay, stop that!
And our transmitter located at the highest point, Buggy Peak in the parish of St. Mary. This is ZDK Liberty Radio International, 97.1 FM, the People's Radio Station.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get ready to rumble!
Yeah, I told you, you have to stand for something. Sometime at a time, imagine, hey, yo, it might be a lot of vibes and things and so, but yo, just stand up, man. You have to stand up as a man, you know. Any man that can't stand up for what they believe in, then the word, the style that they walk over jet.
Say that again.
Yeah, I told you.
Say that again.
Any man that can't stand up for what they believe in, you hear? I'm saying the word, the style that they walk over.
Tell them no, I'm nobody's Negro. I only promoting truth that they cannot refute. I tell them no, definitely no, I'm nobody's Negro. Righteousness is my best friend, ethics and morals I defend them. I tell them no, no damn reward could turn me so. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, I'm nobody's Negro, no, no, no. Oh my, oh Lord, but I'm a riggy diggy daggy diggy thing, diggy diggy diggy. Oh Lord, oh no. Biddy biddy dabba dabba dabba, biddy biddy dabba dabba dabba, na na na. I've seen some valleys, I've walked through some darkness, waded through rivers of grief. Oh, the enemy told me that I was forsaken, no one was fighting for me. But I didn't make it this far on my own, though often my strength is all gone. The hands of the Savior keep holding me up. His promise of help is my song. If God is for me, who can stand against me? No weapon shall prosper when God's on my side. If it's just me and Jesus, I can't be defeated. When my God is with me, I got the victory every time. I've seen some valley,
Let me say goodnight, Antigua Barbuda.
some darkness,
Just working out some kinks here.
of grief.
The little man them like say they want to work for now. Hey, Jablaki, sempre, Jablaki.
I was forsaken,
Hey, the little man them try for, you know what I mean?
was fighting for me, but I didn't make it this far on my own, though often my strength is all gone. The hands of the Savior keep holding
Hey, but no worry ahead.
His promise.
The Almighty God from our side, man. The Almighty God from our side. He can work on that just now. Let me just say good night to Antigua Barbuda. And to our Caribbean neighbors who are locked in too. 97.1 ZDK.
No weapon
Oi.
shall prosper
Let me say good night to St. Kitts and Nevis. Good night to Anguilla. Good night, Montserrat, Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados. Hey, going as far down south as Grenada, Guyana, and further south, right down to Trinidad and Tobago. Hey, good night, good night. To those who have joined us via the World Wide Web, you might have locked into us via www.radiozdk.com. Hey, good night to you. You might have joined us via Facebook Live at ZDK Liberty Radio 97.1. Hey, good night to you. And people tell. Boy, tonight the music kind of gets to me when I even realize it's 8 o'clock. You can't. Maybe I should have turned something into one night program. Where is it? A music program. What do you think?
You know, them backs now be more selection than you.
Hey, the tell her where is he?
Fighting for me.
The tell her where is he, tell.
Big up yourself.
We don't suspect maybe something like that will happen to King. Anything?
No, he's still fit.
Alright, come on, just simple. I hope for the best.
Keep holding me up. His promise of help.
Well, as usual, scripture to cover tonight's program is taken from the book of Job. Job chapter 4 and verse 8. And it reads, even as I have seen that they that plow iniquity and sow wickedness reap the same. Once again, even as I have seen they that plow iniquity and sow wickedness reap the same. The word of God coming to us from the book of Job, Job chapter 4 and verse 8. Let me say a special good night to Miss Patricia Gums over there in the hospice. How are you doing, Miss Gums? Hope and trust that all is going good with you. Hey, to my little sister. Hey, that's Nicole and her family over there in the Mount Pleasant area. To my other sisters, Bridget and Nola, over there in the U.S. Hey, good night to you. To my brother, hey, the man Kali, a.k.a. DJ Governor Slim. Hey, bless up yourself, King. My many nieces, especially. Good night, Denise, Joanne, Bernadette. I hope and trust that all is going good. To my many nephews, especially Austin. Hey, big up yourself, man. Hey, and not forgetting my cousins, especially cousin Annette over there in New York, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, yeah? Yes, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Also, hey, cousin Halima Thomas, over there in Orlando, Florida. Special good night. Hey, to my second mom, that's Sister Jean Golston, over there in the U.S. Hey, right back here in Antigua. Hey, my second mom, Loretta Hunt, over there in the Nut Grove area. And down yonder, now I'll give you that location there. Hey, let me say, hey, good night to you, Cassie. Hey, hope and trust that all is going good. Hey, not forgetting my stepmother. Hey, that's Miss Christophine Lewis over there in the Berlin, East of Potters area. Hey, big up yourself, stepmom. Hey, hope and trust that all is going good. That you'll never make it. And definitely not forgetting my good friend, family friend, down there in the Cooksville area. Bumsey! Hey, that's Mrs. Winifred Christopher. Hey, big up yourself, Winnie. You and your family. Hey, hope and trust that all is going good.
Yeah, he's never failed me, and he never will.
You understand those yet? Alright, so now I'll go to music break. I'll see if I can work with something. Don't worry, head man. Now spoil the show. I think something now spoil the show. Don't worry about that. Hey, what the tune say? Yeah, man. No weapon shall. I come to you, Justin. Don't worry, head. I'm in the spirit right now.
When God's on my side, if it's just me and Jesus.
Hey, Joe Black, your wife will listen to the program? Wait, hold on there. Go ahead, your wife will listen to the program?
I believe so.
Okay, come and see all kind of some movie on the Facebook page. You know, all kind of some. I tell you they're married, so you know me not involved in something.
Who can stand against me? No weapon shall prosper when God's on my side. When God's on my side. If it's just me and Jesus, I can't be defeated. When my God is with me, I've got the victory every time. Oh, thank you, Jesus. When my God is with me, I've got the victory every time.
You're listening to 97.1 ZDK. We will be right back.
I've been beaten, I've been battered, I've been locked away so long. I've been framed, I've been shot, left abandoned on my own, with no place to sleep, no place to call my own. Longing to belong, politician politicking while the babies cry. It's a struggle out there doing my 9 to 5. Try my best to keep my head up, try my best to stay alive. In this crazy world, no one and no one gives a damn. No one cares about the suffering man, but in my weakest time and my darkest hour, I got to show the devil that he has no power. Break free, and Jah will be there for me. When all my friends are gone, and Jah will be there for me. So I'm not won't give in. Though the road I walk is rough, oh yeah. Be there, be there, be there, yeah, yeah. Be there, oh, oh. Well, out there I know there's so many like I hustle and bustle, trying to base it just to get by. Humanity's a wreck and it is so polluted. Don't be down, cause once there is nothing got to be gold. Strike the iron while it's hot, don't wait till you get old. And all of the joy and the riches you will reap it. Have faith and believe in the Father. He will protect you and you got you like no other. When all hope is lost and everyone forsake you, when my enemies surround and wanna break me, Jah will be there for me. So gone, Jah will be there for me. So I'm and won't give in, although the road I walk is rough. Oh yeah, be there, oh yeah, be there. On my knees I pray. On my knees I pray. Protect me, never forsake me. A little up, a little down, a little bit, a little sweet, little cold, a little warm. Sometimes I can't take the heat. Life is a journey, I got to keep my sanity. Down there in the ditch, although we're out there in the cold, cause Jah will be there for me. When all my friends are gone, Jah will be there for me. So I'm not gonna give in. Jah will be there for me. All my friends are gone. to get by. Humanity's a wreck and it is so polluted. Don't be down, cause once there is love, there got to be hope. Strike the iron while it's hot, don't wait till you get old. And all of the joy and the riches, you will reap it. Have faith and believe in the Father. He will protect you and you got you like no other. When all hope is lost and everyone forsake you, when my enemies surround and wanna break me, the Jah will be there for me. When all my friends are gone, the Jah will be there for me. So I'm and won't give in, although the road I walk is rough. Oh yeah, be there, oh yeah, be there. On my knees I pray. On my knees I pray. Protect me, never forsake me. A little up, a little down, a little bit, a little sweet, little cold, a little warm. Sometimes I can't take the heat. Life is a journey, I got to keep my sanity. Down there in the ditch, although we are out there in the cold, cause Jah will be there for me. When all my friends are gone, Jah will be there for me. So I'm and won't give in, and Jah will be there for me. All my friends are gone, Jah will be there for me. So I'm and won't give in, though the road I walk is rough. Oh yeah, He'll be there for me. When all my friends are gone, and Jah will be there for me. So I'm and won't give in, though the road I walk is rough. Oh yeah, be there, be there, be there, yeah, yeah, be there. Well, out there I know there's be there, be there, be there, yeah, be there. I've been beaten, I've been battered, I've been locked away so long. I've been framed, I've been shot, left on my own, with no place to sleep, no place to call my own. Longing to belong, politician politicking while the babies cry. It's a struggle out there doing my 9 to 5. Try my best to keep my head up, try my best to stay alive.
All right.
No one and no.
I'll get rid of the little man.
I'm back on the road again.
Suffering man, but in my weakest time and my darkest hour, I got to show the devil that he has no power. Break free, and Jah will be there for me. All my friends are gone, and Jah will be there for me. So I'm and won't give in, though the road I walk is rough. Oh yeah, be there.
Elaine and Dad's Joseph Consultancy. We consult on labor relation matters, insurance, business matters, and politics. P.O. Box 2287, Francis Lane, Yorks Village, St. John's, Antigua Barbuda. Our email address, it's elaineanddadsjoseph@gmail.com. Telephone numbers 776-0200 or 464-4201. Contact us. We are here for you.
A hoax? No. As bad as the seasonal flu, it's worse. The disease is overblown. Over 2 million have died. Let the virus spread to build herd immunity. A lot of us will suffer, and it could overwhelm our health system. Misinformation about COVID-19 has threatened the response since the start of the pandemic. You need to report it when you see it and continue to take safety measures that work. Wash your hands, wear a mask, watch your distance. This message was brought to you by your community hospital, Mount St. John's Medical Center.
Because of my kindness, I felt so foolish. A dreadful girl made me feel like this. She ugly for spite, she faces a fright. Peace in the day, zombie at night. I could imagine her misery, because I sure no man want she. So to make her feel more like a woman, I offered her some consolation, but she tell me I could get a better man than you.
Welcome back to Real Talk.
I could get a man more.
Hey, right on ZDK, Liberty Radio 97.1. Time in studio, 28 minutes after the 8 p.m. hour.
Because my leg like twine and I ain't got no behind. Not because my mouth broad, not because my teeth like.
Yes, Dave Beef Josephine, your company.
I only ugly butterfoot.
How was your day today? Hope and trust you had a good day. Hey, my day is good. Hey, the Sabbath day, day of rest. Don't worry, I'm not saying nothing about you. You only talk with me. For those of you who are not feeling all that good, please say a prayer. Prayer works all of the time. Hey, let me say good night to my good buddy. Hey, the man Plassy. Hey, down in the Green Bay area. Hey, big up yourself, Plassy. Everybody in the house down there. Hey, Miss Nyla Jarvis over there in the North Grove area. Hey, let me say good night to your brother also. Hey, Mr. Jarvis. Hey, once again, good night to Patricia Gums. Hey, let me just big up one and all.
From a distance, she's smelling high. She face look like somebody bang it up. Banabosco Fashi and Woody Sock. But she tell me I could get a better man than you. Shorty, I could get a man more faithful and true. Not because I'm so upsucky, not because my mouth so ugly, not because my leg like twine and I ain't got no behind. Not because my mouth broad, not because my teeth like sword. Don't ignore, I only ugly but I good.
Let me just bring in my good buddy. Let me say good night to my brethren. Where's the Joe Blackie?
Give thanks.
How's everything?
Everything is, I must say, it's a privilege to be in your company again, big brother.
Bless up.
Yes, and hail up to the listening and viewing audience of Real Talk.
Every time. All right, so before I get too deep into it, let me just say happy birthday, to those who are celebrating today.
Yes, King.
And also to those who would have celebrated in the recent past and who will be celebrating in the not too distant future. Happy birthday to you. Somebody sent, a good friend sent me a note earlier. Where is it? Oh, yes. Let me just say good night to the daughter of my good friend, the daughter of Miss Patricia Lockhart over there in the Pickett's area. Sorry about that. Her daughter is Patrina Lockhart. She's celebrating, I believe, today. Yes. Happy birthday to you, Patrina. You have love coming to you from your mom and the home circle. Wishing you all the best on your birthday today. Good night, caller. Okay, no, my bad day. Good night, caller.
Beef it up.
Right up. Where's the king?
Let me look like to the co-host, the Blackie.
Hail up, man, big brother, Devon.
Everything blessed?
Yes, King.
Be your family on the request line. Let me say happy birthday to Sir Marvin Joseph.
Oh, he's celebrating today?
Yeah, we're celebrating today. Wishing him all the best and God continue guidance and blessing. And also, let me say a happy advanced birthday to my grandson, Mary Joseph, who is celebrating his first birthday tomorrow.
What's the name? Jamari?
No, Demary.
Oh, Demary.
the Mary. It's coming from his dad, Jemaya, up there in the university in the States. His mom, Deval, is current pastor. His two grandfathers, the two Devon, because his two grandfathers named Devon.
Okay.
Also from his both grandma, his uncles, nieces, nephews, cousins, and the whole crew. And now tomorrow we will have a celebration tomorrow, a full enjoyment session tomorrow. It's all things set up.
Yes, man. Congratulations.
Just tell him enjoy it to the fullest.
Bless up.
So, babe, what go on about babe?
Hey, me does a cool. Me does say, boy, if you found a request line, your grandson with the sal and Somali with the sal.
Boy, me talk about Sabbath take a while.
You ever talk about who? Oh, Sabbath, the Sabbath.
The Sabbath.
Yeah, you get frightened?
Take care, have a good night, too.
Hey, bless up, King. Hey, that's my good buddy. That's my good buddy, Devon. Let me join him in wishing Samal and Joseph a happy birthday. I'm not sure, but maybe how big bashment, you never know the song go. Celebrate with the constituents.
No, in the minister. Yeah, I'm going to be also joining and say happy birthday to Samal and Joseph.
Yes, hope and trust that the Lord will keep you in good health, sir, and grant you many, many, many more birthdays. You know, this morning, during the course of the day, I was listening to a show, and I hear the hand request line. I say, wow. Everybody have request line, but we couldn't say
look, you make all kind of somebody you want to know.
But about it now.
Okay.
We just like to know things on the record.
Yeah, man, a good
you know,
people.
We just like to know things on the record.
Listen,
you know?
let me tell you something.
You know, say when people don't like it, they get a basket, we carry water. Though.
And more.
You know what I mean? So
yeah.
when we see some things, the manifest themselves, we just smile with them myself. You know what I mean?
Yes, I.
When we see, but I smile with them myself.
Where is the hypocrites are other word?
Boy, we have a hand next word because we feel real strong with them kind of things. You know what I mean?
I mean, man.
But anyway, such is life. Such is life. Let me just wish everybody again, those who are celebrating belatedly, those who are celebrating today, and those who will celebrate in the not too distant future, happy birthday. And I do hope and trust that the Almighty will keep you in good health and grant you many more birthdays to come. And be sure to give Him praise. You know what I mean? Because I read something this morning, I think, on Facebook, where they say, you know what I mean, plenty of people go sleep and they wake up.
Of course.
Know, and the Almighty bless you to wake you up, you know what I mean?
Give thanks.
So we have to be thankful.
Give thanks.
We have to be thankful for that. Where are we going to start now tonight? 8:34. First, let me just big up my boss, Dane.
Of course, man. Yeah, man. Hail up, Mr. Knight.
He said he mingo pass through, but he might tell he no left home tonight.
Let's give me the opportunity. Let me just hail up.
Well, when I'm married, I've got some things.
hail up to Miss Monique Wilshire, you know, live on the Facebook Live.
Go ahead. Let me just...
Yeah, well, Miss Monique Wilshire hail me up, so me just hail she back up, you know?
My niece, sorry about that. My niece supposed to be on there too, Denny's. Maybe she gone now, D Nice.
Okay.
That's my niece.
Respect, man.
One, my sister, Bridget.
Yeah.
Biggest child.
Ivy.
Big up yourself, Denny's. It's too long, as I just said. Night wife Telly. I left home tonight, so you know he kind of he kind of sal right now. You know, but you'll hear him again. Not to worry, you'll hear him again. Sorry about that. Just been a wet my throat. Yeah, man. All right, let's start with the throne speech. That was when? When was that? That was about maybe Wednesday, Thursday, something like that. Wednesday.
Yeah.
For me personally, it's only two things might have jumped at me coming out of it. Well, let me go with you first. Let me give you the opportunity first. What you listen to it first?
Well, I didn't get opportunity to listen to the whole throne speech, but I saw some highlights.
Okay.
And for me, the throne speech, I must say this. This is my personal perspective. I'm a bit uncomfortable when the Governor General is allowed to,
to say his government.
No, I'm not going to go there. I know the the artifacts behind saying his government. But what I'm saying, he has, advertised, so to speak, the government in such a way. But whenever there's a problem or a debacle, we never hear from the Governor General again. I think that this should be a change where the Governor General is being more invoked, so to speak, into things. What do you think?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But the system of government that we operate, by and large, the Governor General his thing is he's a ceremonial kind of role he plays, right? I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and I can understand what you're saying. But it's not gonna happen as we are presently. I'm not sure if we were to go to a republic, if that position would bring more meaningful reaction, as I believe you're going to.
Understood.
As opposed to ceremonial. I thought I heard somebody say, just recently I was listening to a program and they basically said that under Republic is basically the same in terms of the only difference is that your allegiances would not be to the king in this case, but to the country. But everything basically
remains the
same. That's what I heard. I haven't really looked into it for myself. But I understand the point that you're making. But I'm not gonna argue it. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. It's a discussion that the country can have and decide on how it wants to go forward. So I hear what you're saying.
I hear King.
But the thing that two things it was that came out to me as I was listening to the program. He spoke about a situation in Trinidad where apparently 5, I'm not sure if they're Cameroonians or
yes, they are Cameroonians.
Would have ended up in Trinidad, and they wanted to deport them. I believe it's back to Antigua, and
no, it was said go back to Cameroon. It was back
from Trinidad.
Yes,
from Trinidad back to Cameroon.
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was back to Antigua.
No.
And then the matter went to their court, and that was scuttled until the matter is heard in court. Apparently, this UN agency, whatever UNHCR, whatever, they got involved in the discussion, and that is. I'm not sure that they've gone to court as the time is yet, but we're waiting to see.
The process is in
the courts.
Yeah.
Right. So that jumped at me. You know what? Let me play it. I think I'm supposed to be able to play it. Let me see.
A new source of visitors just 2 months ago has been from the hitherto untapped West African countries. While it was my government's initial understanding that our West African brothers and sisters were visiting as tourists, it has now become apparent that some of these visitors may be seeking asylum in the Caribbean, inclusive of Antigua and Barbuda. My government notes with interest the decision of the High Court of Trinidad and Tobago less than a week ago to prevent the Trinidad and Tobago government from deporting the West Africans back to their homeland. My government further notes that the UNHCR, the United Nations High Court Commissioner for Refugees, played a significant role in stopping the deportations. My government is required to take this High Court decision into consideration and to the role of the UNHCR prior to making its final decision.
Right, so that jumped at me when I heard it. I heard you when you said earlier, is deportation back to Cameroon. I'm not too sure, but I'm going to go with you.
Yeah,
I thought it was back here.
I heard it from. Sorry, let me just say this. I heard it from the lawyer that's representing the Africans.
Well, something around here sometime goes awry, and I'm not saying that that's not the case. What you're saying, I'm not doubting what you're saying. But initially, I remember Knight calling me and telling me that these Africans are from Antigua, and I said to him no, because I had heard in the news package that they went to Trinidad via Suriname.
No,
I'm just telling you what I heard. Okay. As a matter of fact, you go ahead. I'm just telling you what I heard on the news. I'm just saying that to say that sometimes we have to check and double check.
Well, let me tell you what I saw on ABS television last night.
Got you.
The attorney that's representing these guys, apparently he said that he's representing them pro bono. He made a long statement last night live on ABS television where he stated that the Cameroonians arrived in Antigua and they went to Grenada and then they ended up in Trinidad. Hence,
Grenada?
Yeah, that's what he said.
So they didn't live in Antigua?
No, they left Antigua, ended up in Grenada, and then they came to Trinidad. They went to Trinidad.
All right, hear this.
Yeah.
The Trinidad High Court has blocked the deportation of 5 Cameroonians seeking asylum, pending the outcome of their lawsuit against the Chief Immigration Officer and the Office of the Attorney General. The interim injunction was granted by the High Court Judge Carol Gobin just before midnight Tuesday, less than 4 hours before the 5 visitors were scheduled to depart Piarco International Airport. The group arrived in the Twin Island Republic on a flight from Suriname in November last year, saying they feared they would have been killed by military forces in their homeland. Their attorneys filed the court action late Tuesday evening. They said the 3 females in the group were recently interviewed by officials from the United Nations High Commissioners for Refugees, UNHCR, and were deemed eligible last week to receive refugee status. The men are to face a final interview by the UNHCR officials to determine if they are eligible for refugee status. The attorneys stated in their application that the Immigration Department was aware of this, but was ignoring the UNHCR process and decided to send the group back to Cameroon. Immigration officials detained the Cameroonians when they arrived in the island last November, pending deportation.
So I'm not saying it one way. I'm just saying, we have to keep checking and double checking. Okay. But anyway, that jumped at me, and I'm sure that as we go on in the program, we're going to get to discussing the African situation again, because that is the issue at hand, and it has to be discussed publicly, because I think that the consequences of certain things is far-reaching.
Of course,
and we should keep that there. Another thing from the Governor General, and these are the only 2 things that really jumped. I didn't really have it in mind to play this one, but I'm going to play this, and then...
Creating jobs and economic opportunities that lead to success is the priority for most elected governments. The historic reason for creating Antigua and Barbuda was wealth generation. But for 300 years, the exclusive domain of absentee owners monopolized the 3 factors of wealth creation: land, labor, and capital. In 1939, the people of Antigua and Barbuda created the first trade union, which broke the monopoly on labor and allowed their parents and grandparents to demand higher wages. In 1967, the people of Antigua and Barbuda claimed ownership of 33,000 acres of arable land by purchasing the syndicate's land and sugar estates for less than $6 million. The evidence shows that most has been made of that purchase. A year ago, in 2022, foreign banks decided to abandon the Antigua and Barbuda markets because they deemed the profits too small to justify their investments. However, locally owned banks were empowered to purchase the assets, making them the masters of capital. It is reasonable to conclude that Antiguans and Barbudans now have control over land, labor, and capital to a large extent.
Let me just go back to that little part there.
Barbudans now have control over land, labor, and capital to a large.
Now we're about the labor and the capital part now. We have control over the land.
Yeah.
All right.
The days of absentee owners 5,000 miles away in foreign lands are over. Reginald Stevens, the first president of the ATNLU, kick-started the successful effort to own labor, while Sir Vere Cornwall Bird is credited with national ownership of the land. The current Prime Minister, aiming to create a new economic model, fought to ensure that national ownership of foreign banks that controlled capital, making them ours. The means of production, land, labor, and capital, are now in the hands of our people. And wealth creation possibilities have shifted to the once underprivileged, who now, full of courage and not fear. Productivity, as Sir Vere Bird reminded us on the 1st November 1981, is the sine qua non of success. Hard work and paying attention to the needs of the neediest are continually required. My government pledges to work hard and introduce smart strategies over the next term of its existence for the benefit of all the people, regardless of their political persuasion.
All right. Those two things are the two things among, all what was said that resonated with me. And I wanted to flag the land situation, because to every opportunity that I get publicly, I want to keep pounding it in person, in people's ears, and hopefully people will hear and understand the power that we have when we have our land. I am not in favor of us selling our lands willy-nilly. I'm not in favor of that. You can lease the land for 500 years, it's going to come back. You understand what I'm saying? I know I have had experiences, or an experience within recent times, where certain things was done, certain legal advice was given. Those legal advice was not heeded, and certain things happened. I didn't want to mix myself up with that, so I separated myself from that situation. Others went ahead and did it. And anyway, let me go on that yet. My head.
One minute.
No, I'm not ready yet for that. I'm not ready yet for the part there.
Okay.
Let me just leave it that others went ahead and did it. Time will tell. Just around 10 years, not take long for fly from here, so you know what I mean? Aye. So time will tell. I am reminded that some months ago, might be over a year now, Minister Chet Green, or MP Chet Green, and some people went out to what's the name? School of Medicine?
Yes,
School of Medicine?
yes.
And there was an issue in relation to the school not performing now.
The property.
And the property not performing, and the government wanted to put it back into circulation to the benefit of Antigua and Barbuda. I'm not sure whatever became of that. I must ask some questions about it next week. But that was the government's intention. And I believe that the lease would have been for up at that time, they might have had the land on the lease for like 42 years.
Okay.
And I remembered when I heard it on the radio, I called Minister Green, and I said to him, "Isn't it a nice thing that VC Bird and his cabinet had the wisdom to lease them the land so that a cabinet decades down the line could take it back for it to benefit Antigua and Barbuda?" And if I'm not mistaken, I think I made a post. I posted on that also. I asked him, isn't it a wise thing that they did?
What was his answer?
I believe he was in the affirmative. And then I said to him, well, I hope that your cabinet going forward takes a page out of that book. And I knew why I was saying that when I said it, you know. So when I heard the Governor General talk about the land, it stuck with me, you know. I am glad to know that the situation in relation to Barbuda is settled as it relates to who owns the land, whether it's central government or the council or whatever the case is. I'm glad that that is settled in law.
Yeah.
There's no more question about that. However, having said that, I don't believe that any government have carte blanche permission because they're elected to do as they like with the land.
Of course.
Right? It must be done in consultation with the widest cross-section of people.
Barbudans.
Yes. To the benefit of the state. Right? And so when I heard the Governor General, those things began to boil in me. And once I have the opportunity, I will state my position as to how I feel in relation to that. By and large, everybody want to come and buy up the land. Right? When our forefathers years ago would have seen the benefit and the power that we would have by owning our lands.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Yes, plenty have gone, but some still live. And we should treat with those kindly.
As precious.
Go ahead if you have
gems.
anything you might want to say.
Well, that sums it up, Beef. With that said, I have nothing else to say on that.
Hey, by the way, the telephone lines are open if you want to make a contribution as we go along. The number here is 462-1100, 462-1100. And if you want to send a WhatsApp, you could WhatsApp us on 464-4201. 464-4201. Sorry, just want to put that out there so that persons will know if they want to participate. You can do so. 462-1100 or WhatsApp 464-4201. Yes, so that is that for the that was in the throne speech.
The throne speech.
If I'm not mistaken, is this Monday going to be the budget speech?
The budget speech. I didn't hear with the date they said, you know.
Okay.
No.
I'm not too sure if it's this Monday, but then we are waiting the budget speech, and then following the budget speech, then you'll have the budget debate.
Yeah.
Where we will get an opportunity to hear, in the speech, the budget speech, we'll hear the allocations for the different ministries, and then we'll hear about the plans and the programs for the ministries, and then of course we will hear the opposition's opinion on what was presented in the budget. Everybody believes that Parliament will be the place to watch. No. And then it moves from the lower house and it's finished up to the Senate. So, let's look forward to that. Another thing that I would like to see in relation to that too, generally speaking, not necessarily now speaking as to the calendar date as to when you're going to the budget speech or not, but sometimes when you wake up in the morning, you don't have to be going to the radio station and hear, okay, Parliament on. Yeah. I don't know why it always comes across to me as if it's a sneaking thing.
It's shocking.
Exactly. Why don't we know that Parliament will be there in 2 weeks? That, you know what I mean? If you want to watch it, you might have a day off, and you know what I mean?
You can put it in the papers and stuff like that.
I always wonder about that. Because we need to know. We as a people need to know what's going on in the Parliament.
Of course.
What they're doing in our names. That's very important. So, if you have the opportunity when it comes about, listen in and hear what's happening, and draw your own conclusions from what you would.
I often do that.
That's very important.
Yeah.
Very important. All right, so that's there for the budget, the throne speech. Moving on now to the Minister Melford Nicholas, and the post-cabinet press briefing which took place on Thursday.
Yeah.
And there are one or two things that he said that I wanted to highlight as we're going along. Let me start with this one here. No, which one? Yes, we're talking about Africans just now. Let's start with this one here.
The information that I've got and many other cabinet members have got is that there is some degree of assimilation in the population of many of the persons who are here. But in addition to that, there are some who have expressed a pressing desire to return home, not necessarily to Cameroons, but there are other West African nationals that came in these flights as well. And so we already have had contact from the people at Antigua Airways and even the president of the Antigua Nigeria Chamber of Commerce, that they are prepared to facilitate a return flight for those who would wish to go back. But notwithstanding all of that, the position that the courts will adopt, and if at the end of the day the court makes a determination that those persons who are under review in Trinidad and Tobago will have to be sent back from the jurisdiction from whence they came, Antigua being that place, and if they were to return here, we will have to deal with that situation as it arises. And if we're already dealing with upwards of 500 of them, an additional 5 would not change the facilities that we are looking at this moment.
I hear that. I heard that.
So, I'm not passing verdict. Well, that's coming from the Minister of Information, who's reporting from Cabinet, so I would believe that he would know. But I'm just telling you, from the different media houses, you hear things, you have to always be checking and double checking. All right, so that was that. Let me go with this one now.
What is the latest in terms of immigration? How many are still on island? What efforts are being made to find them? And how many have thus far come forward and said that they actually want us to regularize themselves within the country?
When we first reported on the findings that came from the Immigration Department, we did indicate that there were upwards of 600 of them that were still on island, that many of them were staying in locations that they could be tracked, and that a number of them have indicated a willingness to return. I just indicated that we have a commitment for return flight for those persons who would be willing to go back. The whole question of how do we deal with the legal proceedings? As I'm saying, that the Attorney General indicated to me even this morning that he is reviewing the report that came back to him from the Immigration Department. And so at the end of the day, what is going to happen is that in terms of those persons who have who are going to be accorded the opportunity to stay, should they so desire, then there's a whole question of having to conduct due diligence on a number of persons.
So that was the latest update. Well, you heard the question. That I think that was the lady from Observer. Wasn't it Carlina Knight?
Carlina Knight.
Yeah, I think she was the one who asked the question as to the latest on the African situation. So you would have heard that.
When you answered a question earlier, you spoke about the president of Nigeria.
Sorry, this now here is Nikki Phoenix.
Yeah.
From right here at ZDK, following up on that question.
When you answered a question earlier, you spoke about the president of Nigeria Antigua Chambers Commerce, and you actually tied that in with Antigua Airways. Is there a relation, or can you clarify if the individuals who are involved with Antigua Airways are also the individuals involved with the Nigeria Antigua Chambers Commerce?
I think there is a nexus between establishing a route and between what the Chamber of Commerce would expect to achieve once that route is established. So yes, there is a nexus and a relation. They both see it as an opportunity for furthering economic and social ties between both jurisdictions.
Okay. And Mr. Minister, just from research again, is the government aware that the Nigeria Antigua Barbuda Chambers of Commerce which is registered in Nigeria and was registered on April 6, 2018. Is the government aware that Mr. Oluwabi Alabanjo is one of the directors? Emmanuel Sampson, Mr. Sampson's wife, and a few others are a part of this Nigeria Antigua Barbuda Chambers of Commerce?
To the extent of knowing who all of the principals are is immaterial to what is required here. That there's a registered body that is interested in having established economic links. Mr. Alabanjo is a Nigerian by birth and an Antiguan citizen by adoption and through marriage. And so if he has economic interest in that part of the world from which he comes, and he sees that there's a nexus between where he's from and where he's at, I don't see any difficulties there. It's not even worthy of, in my humble opinion, any further reference to the fact that what is being attempted here are economic linkages between both jurisdictions, and we have to start at a particular point. And if this is a pioneering effort, we're certainly going to give it the opportunity to thrive.
Definitely, and I agree with that, sir. But to some extent, it's not immaterial for this particular scenario where Antigua Airwaves was to some extent copied. From your words, there was a copycat of flights that brought over 900 Africans in Antigua who were now stranded, and the government now has the responsibility of finding a situation or a solution to this situation of making them legal residents in Antigua. So it is a matter of concern for the general public that the association from Nigeria and Antigua Airwaves is also Mr. Alabanjo and Mr. Emmanuel Sampson, and the government is mentioning involving these individuals again to repatriate these persons that are stranded. So to some extent it is important, sir.
Well, I don't know where the line of questioning is going to end on this particular point. I don't see necessarily any issue to warrant that level of scrutiny, from the standpoint of saying that the government did acknowledge its responsibility in the whole matter. I did indicate earlier that it was an inadvertent outcome, and in consequence, the government is prepared to treat the inadvertency of that outcome, which we are doing. But it does not change the overall objective of establishing air routes between the two countries to foster economic and social ties. Nigeria is a rich country, and unfortunately, many persons have continued to peddle the notion that Nigeria is a place that is riddled with corruption and is riddled with fraud, etc. Nigeria is an oil-rich country and one of the richest countries in Africa, and we see that there is an opportunity for us to have better economic and social ties with that part of the world. And if it means that we're going to have to go through a growth pain, and we're going to have to go through a whole process of sifting the wheat from the hairs, we see the opportunity, and we're in pursuit of that opportunity. And we do not necessarily write in or write out anything based on any, in my humble opinion at this stage, unwarranted suspicion. To the extent that, and I did indicate that when the AOCs are approved, all of the participating airlines will be required to submit to the IATA process. And within IATA, there are rules of ensuring that when persons board flights, that certain things have to be established. We had learned about that during COVID. And so we certainly had published at repeated times protocols for persons coming to Antigua. And even during COVID, even when I had traveled, even as a minister, I came face to face with the way that the airline industry dealt with those protocols when I was returning to Antigua. At one time in the UK, I had to indicate to an airline official that did not have the right information, that he had the wrong information. And he challenged me and asked how I would know. And I said, because I am the minister who would have published those protocols in the first instance from Antigua. And when I asked him to check the IATA date I was correct. I'm saying all of that to say, Nikki, there are rules of ensuring international travel. Yes, with respect to the charter flights, Certain things may have been permitted to happen under the radar, which we had spotted that now, and we have corrected it.
Wow. It takes a lot to digest, you know.
Let me start back from here.
That the airline industry dealt with those protocols when I was returning to Antigua. At one time in the UK, I had to indicate to an airline official that did not have the right information, that he had the wrong information. And he challenged me and asked how I would know. And I said, because I am the minister who would have published those protocols in the first instance from Antigua. And when I asked to check the IATA date I was correct. I'm saying all of that to say, Nikki, there are rules of ensuring international travel. Yes, with respect to the charter flights, certain things may have been permitted to happen under the radar, which we had spotted that now.
Certain things were allowed to happen under the radar. Certain things were allowed to happen by whom?
Certain things were permitted.
Permitted to happen?
Yes.
By whom?
Well, that's a good question. And what I have to say, having heard what the minister just said, just before the elections, I heard all of the parliamentarians calling themselves humble servant. And so when I heard Mr. Nicholas just said to Miss Phoenix that, I'm not paraphrasing here now, that it's not necessary for us to be asking these questions now. I mean, that stood out at me because who was the last say here? Is it the politician that says what they're going to do and no one question? We the people who they're representing ask some questions and receive some answers?
Well, all that I'll say, another election will come. God spare life.
Yeah, that.
And the people will have another opportunity to exercise their franchise how they want to exercise it.
Fair enough.
But when I heard him say that some things were allowed to happen below the radar, the first question that ran to my mind, allowed by whom? And this is where the deafening silence is. Mm-hmm. We're not hearing, I hear people all over the place, all over the different media stations asking the questions. I hear there's an allegation that on one of the flights that came, the people that were supposed to pay some kind of tax which they didn't pay. You don't know whether that is true, yes or no. I'm telling you what I would have heard on the airways. But you don't hear nothing coming from...
Official.
Right. You don't hear nothing coming from the immigration department. I believe that person would probably be the chief immigration officer, or if they have a PR or a media person, I don't know. You don't hear... I haven't... No, come to think about it, I don't think immigration have ever said anything at all, have they?
I haven't heard a single word.
From immigration?
From immigration.
Initially, when the initial flight came, those early flights, I remembered seeing some things on the news where, if I'm not mistaken, Minister Green and Minister Fernandez were there in the pictures.
Yeah.
I haven't heard nothing from Minister Green officially from a foreign...
Like you say.
Affairs standpoint. Neither have I heard anything from the Minister Fernandez from a tourism standpoint.
The silence is deafening.
But the reason, too, why that jumped at me when he said certain things were allowed to happen under the radar. This was from last Thursday, right?
Yeah.
I remembered Zoe, and this now would have been on the 26th of January. She asked a question about the training of the immigration officers, whether they were trained or not. And in paraphrasing what I thought I heard the minister say, the minister said that, yes, they operate on something that basically saying if you're coming to Antigua to go to St. Kitts, just to say, to call a place, you would have to satisfy the immigration officer is here of certain things before you can even board to go to St. Kitts.
Of course, that's a procedure.
Right? So, what happened here? Let me play when Zoe asked him the question back on the 26th of January.
Presumably our immigration services here will be trained in being more vigilant to see if anybody slips through.
Well, again, part of the overall travel arrangement is that our immigration service describes what are those protocols that persons would have to meet. So, for example, if there's an entry requirement with a visa from any would-be visitor, that would be part of the entry requirement before they landed here in Antigua. And when I say landed, the aircraft may well land with them, but in terms of them giving clearance to enter the country, that would be a matter for our immigration. I would go further to say that in certain circumstances where it is notified on the thematic, if they do not meet those entry requirements at the beginning, then they would not be permitted to board the aircraft to come to Antigua. The whole setup is that we operate an advanced passenger information system as well, and so on the APIS we will know from the manifest who are going to be arriving, and if there are any persons who would have any red letter associated with them or any suspicions, both immigration and the internal law enforcement agencies can be alerted ahead of time. So these are measures that are currently in place, and as I'm saying, the charter facility perhaps maybe would operate a little bit below the radar, and to the extent that those arrangements have been subjected to abuse, we are pulling the curtains back and to ensure that we have a more tedious management of this process going forward.
All right, and I'm just looking at the WhatsApp board. Roxanne said, Chet said something before the portfolio was changed to QT. I didn't hear it. I stand corrected. Thank you very much for that, Roxanne. If you could give me a date, let me go back and listen to what Chet might have said. That would be nice. Go ahead, Zubaki.
Yes, I want to piggyback a little bit on what the minister also said. When he said that when Miss Phoenix asked him if he is aware of Mr. Alabanjo's collaboration in forming a company down in Nigeria, it was, right?
Yes, some chamber or something like that.
Yes.
A chamber.
And the minister seems as if he has no knowledge of that and was basically trying to say, if that is so, then Mr. Alabanjo is a Nigerian and has the right to do so. But in my estimation, I think that should be part of the due diligence. Isn't that so?
Well, if what I'm hearing is correct, right? If what I'm hearing is correct, there seems to be some directors or some shareholders in the chamber. Seems also to be shareholders in maybe the what they call the airline, Antigua or something like that.
Yes.
So that is what I think I gathered that they were speaking to. And some persons is of the opinion that Alabanjo, being a principal in this chamber, which is looking to exploit, I believe, economic benefits, should be more knowledgeable of certain things. And the minister is saying, be that as it may, if he's getting into a business interest and he's from that part of the island, he's from that part of the island. I understand what the Prime Minister, I understand what the minister is saying. But sometimes you listen to what is not said and not what is said.
Yes, but Mr. Alabanjo distanced himself away from any affiliation.
In relation to the airline?
In relation to the airline.
That's my understanding from what I would have heard him say. I think he said when he was assisting the Africans, it was from the standpoint that they're his countrymen and women, and if he could have offered assistance, he would have offered assistance. That has been Mr. Alabanjo's position.
But he never mentioned that he had an interest in.
No, that seemed to have been something that would have come about recently. Okay. That the declaration or the exposure of that.
Okay.
Or the knowledge of that. Let me put that. Let me not say the exposure. That would have come to certain persons' attention recently before, because initially I can't recall hearing anything about the chamber going back to when we were talking about the Africans coming here and looking for accommodation or something.
I heard of it, but like I said, Mr. Alabanjo never mentioned that he was a part of it.
Okay, maybe he didn't have to.
All right.
Maybe he didn't feel any need that he had to disclose, what's his business interest.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
I'm not telling you whether I'm not pronouncing whether you ought to have taken into condition the circumstances, the context of all what's going on. That is why I believe that there needs to be an independent investigation into this whole thing to answer all these questions.
Of course.
I think so.
Of course.
I think so. I am just of that opinion.
So let me ask you this. Is there still over 500 of these Africans here in Antigua still?
As far as I know. We're all piecing together this puzzle as we go along, right? If I'm not mistaken, not from the last cabinet press briefing, the one before, if I'm not mistaken, the AG it was reported that the AG was awaiting some sort of report. And at the last press briefing, the minister indicated that the report, the minister needed about another week to complete the analysis of the report. That's what I heard him say. So next week, God's spare life, I guess we'll hear something else further. As you listen to all what's going on, it would appear as if there need to be some sort of a interview session, if you want to call it that.
With whom?
With the Africans, because it would appear as if what I'm hearing is correct, that they would have to express a desire for asylum, and having expressed that desire, the investigation is done and a determination is made as to whether or not they qualify. And I believe that this organization or this unit of the UN, would be involved. UNHCR. That's the impression that I get. Because if you notice, going back to the Trinidad situation, they had completed the interview of the females, not the males.
Yeah.
But the Trinidad government still wanted to deport them. That's why they went to court.
Yes.
We're hearing all that we're hearing from the African saga here in Antigua is coming from Minister Nicholas at the post cabinet press conferences, right? The minister responsible for immigration, we haven't heard from him. He hasn't addressed the public.
And who is that?
I believe that's QT.
Okay.
I think that's his portfolio now. We haven't heard from the Minister of National Security in terms of where we are in the process. That would be the Prime Minister. I think it was the Prime Minister who initially came out and spoke about seeking a way for them to have legal residence here. But of the 500 or 700 or something who are here, the 500 or 700 come from Cameroon.
No.
So what happens if they come from other parts of Africa where there's no war?
Let me ask this. The UNHR, whatsoever the acronym is, when they get involved, because I heard that the Governor General says that they're going to look at it from that aspect of involving the UNHR.
Well, I think he said that they were looking at they were looking at what was happening in Trinidad.
Yes.
And this is just my words, looking at how they can, whatever they would have learned from that situation, maybe try to see what could be adapted here. The point I'm making is nobody in officialdom is saying nothing to the public.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
I hear some people in the community also. Well, let me put it this way. As far as I'm concerned, they have a personal belief, right? how they would like to see the world. But I don't think that if they own a house or they own any dwelling place, many things that they own Antigua.
Right.
And I don't think that Antigua should be used to satisfy nobody's personal fantasies.
Understood.
You know? And I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. And I make no apologies to it. I'm not going to get caught up in the, say this about white people, or say this about Asian or Syrians. So how them then say about the same people that who facilitate them before? How come they say none? How they say none before that?
Good question.
And they're on the same radio now.
Right.
They have a mic just like how we're talking on the mic. But they say none.
It's a monkey now over trouble.
Right. So, I am not gonna buy into that. I you know what? Let me not go to the part. Let me leave the part there. Have you ever been to England?
No.
Okay. I've been to England, and I've seen certain things, how certain things happen, and I'm saying I don't see that for my country. I don't see that for my country, and all who vex, I don't care.
But let me ask this again, my friend. Out of the 500 and how much is that?
No, that's a low ball figure because I'm thinking, one day I can play something with how much the figure is. Good.
Okay. Out of the total amount that's here, if the final decision is that they're going to stay, are you saying that Antigua is going to be absorbing all these individuals? Nobody else is willing to take on a few of them? The UNHR, whatsoever their name is, is part of their activities to try and see if other countries would take some of them or whatever?
Yes, I would say that in broad terms, because going back to a few years ago when we had a similar type situation with, I believe it was maybe close to 20 Syrians, right?
Yeah,
close to 20 Syrians. Most of those, we heard just recently now that most of those persons, some went back, and about maybe 4 or so, I think they said this number stayed here because they had family members here.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember that at the time when that discussion was ongoing, they were saying that they were looking to resettle them someplace else.
Who was looking to do that?
I'm not sure. It must be a government in conjunction with the same body there.
Okay.
Right? So it was a situation where they were given the status, but they were not kept here. As a matter of fact, I think I heard somebody saying that some person who is involved in the process saying that they were being financially cared for by, must be maybe from the same body.
Okay.
Right? I remember hearing that. But eventually, those who stayed here had families here, and the others who didn't go back was then resettled elsewhere.
Okay.
Right? Talking about that, and for those persons who are saying that, let me play this.
But it goes further, you know. Let's say they would be using tourists. According to our rules, conditions for eligibility of a tourist visa on arrival. Visas may be granted on arrival, 1, to persons who are holders of a valid U.S. visa or permanent resident card, a Canadian visa or permanent resident card, a United Kingdom visa or resident card whose sole objective of visiting Antigua and Barbuda is for tourist visits or casual visits to meet friends or relatives, etc., and no other purpose activity, who does not have residence or occupation in Antigua and Barbuda, who holds a passport with a minimum of 6 months validity and a re-entry permit if that is required under the law of the country of nationality of the applicant. So right there of itself, that disqualifies the individuals coming to Antigua and Barbuda from the African continent.
Well, I believe in special cases, there's a reservoir of authority in the government to allow people to land and to enter the country. The problem with all of that, though, is that once they enter, and these international refugee protocols, once they are allowed to enter through immigration, then you're going to catch your tail. You're going to catch your tail to handle the problem. The United States is having no end of trouble with immigration into that country, coming through Mexico and other places. This immigration transiting to Antigua was part and parcel of that process. Now, the people who are saying, these are our African brothers, let them in. When some of these African brothers and sisters take away your job or the job of your brother or your sister, don't become hostile or angry with them. Just understand that that's what brothers sometimes have to put up with. For other brothers to get a job so that we can go without. And when the infrastructure, which is already shaky, becomes even less reliable, then do like Jesus and say, this is what brothers do. We are suffering, and that's the road to heaven. Bring more. Bring more.
What do you think of that?
Well, I must say it's profound, because I've known of lots of Antiguans who have to literally leave this place because there's so much competition, and the competition that's coming is willing to bid below the status quo, so to speak. I'm in construction, and I must admit I had to run out of it because of some of these same happenings, so to speak.
What happening? Just so the people know.
Individuals who have came here, they would go and bid way below the bidding price just to
get the job.
Just to hold the contract, yeah.
When I heard Mr. Astafan, let me just bring in some calls here. Good night, caller. 1 second here, Jublaki.
Go ahead, man.
Good night, caller.
Hello, good night.
How are you doing, sir?
Can I weigh in on your topic tonight or what your discussion is?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm glad to have that opportunity. Very much glad to do so. Is Mr. Bird there?
No, he's not.
Oh, he was on the phone talking.
No, I played that. That was a recording from his show. Monday night, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I get on late.
Oh, okay.
When he was closing up.
Okay.
But I'm glad to get onto your program.
No problem, man.
Yeah, because that I think we need to be very much reasonable in our discussion concerning these guys. Whether guys or girls, woman, boy, or whoever it is,
Understand.
Yeah. And for me, they are welcome. They are welcome in our land. We welcome other people. We are not investigating or try to find out how they come here. But our brothers and sisters, we want to know how they get here. You know? You wake up tomorrow morning, you see 3 cereal in the one store, and then you wake up Monday morning, you see 5, 7 of them. Nobody asks no question. You see some Chinese come, and 10 of them come, and then when you look 10 turn into 25. And nobody said nothing.
So who would do that?
Well,
what is that?
No, he was asking who's doing it, but I'm going to let you speak, and then we'll interact with you. But go ahead, make a point.
Yeah, because then everybody come, and I welcome them. I open our arms and welcome them. But then our brothers and them from so far. Hey, look, let me tell you something, eh? Me welcome them, me open my arms for them, and me wish me maybe one of the money man in Antigua. Me sure Antigans this. I want to listen me clear, me can give my name Bobula. You check? But me wish me maybe one of the real money man in Antigua. But probably me could just build one whole to the house and welcome them people there. You know why? I'm going to tell you what me tell you. I see many of the jobs and them in Antigua that I they talk about for tonight. I know Antiguans never want them. Then I'll never want them to do them work now. I'll never want to sweep gutter. I'll never want clean bathroom. I'll never want to go in a hotel and make people see how to do them someday. Furthermore, look right now, look what happened now, country. And I didn't even see this. I realize Antigua woman stop work wrong. A Guyanese, the coolie in them, and them take over now too. See, as I talk, but I just show you the angle. Watch what me say, man. Look into what me say. How you as Antiguans and how we have all the opportunity. A sit down pan. Just a sit down. And people come here and see the opportunity and make use of the opportunity. And now I want to fight against people. Me want the job. Me want this. Me want that. Even in a farming. And see how girls and them turn white girls? Them girls don't want to work none wrong. You can't tell them nothing about agriculture. You go in the tongue of all the girls and them, you see the umbrella and them and fool yourself now.
Hold on.
See the something you talk about unreal something.
Joe Blackie, you wanted to ask girl before.
What he says what?
You don't want to say nothing again. Yeah.
Okay, no, I was asking Joe Blackie. Well, let me ask you a question, Bubla.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied?
Load on, just give me a chance, I'm just load on this radio.
Yes. All right, you're listening to 97.1 ZDK Liberty Radio, and you're onto Real Talk.
Hello, yeah.
Yes, I was asking you.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with the level of service that we are getting from government at this point in time? I'm not going to get into the Labour Party or UP, just government. In terms of what is happening within our schools, what is happening within our healthcare system, what is happening socially in the country. Are you satisfied? Would you say that we are on top of that situation?
Well, I'm going to answer you fair and being just and honest person. You check? But listen how I'm going to answer you. Is this. Enough is never enough. And enough is never too much. And our government need to do better. They can do better. And I think, personally, they will do better. They are aiming for better. But presently, we are not satisfied because they can do better.
All right. Do you believe that taking on this number of persons now, where they would become a charge on the society, I don't think that there can be any question about that. Do you believe that that is a wise decision?
Yes. Let me say this to you. To me, right, me talk from me heart and me talk straight. I can't help. I'm not a big head to listen.
No, you just told me yes. You're going to explain why you say yes, or you're just going to say
right.
Yes.
I'm going to explain why.
All right. I'm with you.
That's what there is where I was going.
Mm-hmm.
Listen me. We as Antiguans, we need to be pushed. If we are not pushed, we don't see it fit for us to get up and go. Because you see, I'm just tell you a little while.
Mm-hmm.
You know, very small spiral. Yeah? If people no mean that come here and take up them work day, Antiguans would never want them work day.
Do you remember there was a time in Antigua where we had to go to Dominica, St. Vincent, some of those islands to get police officers?
Not only police officers. Do you know that some of them man they may have to come here for come and cut cane and so?
Okay, but me not the farmer, no, as far as police.
Oh, you don't know that?
No, but me talk about police. We have to do that, right?
What I'm saying to you, you only can talk from what you know because you young.
Right.
But me can talk from what me know because that me up the air.
Right. But the what we had to do that for police, right?
Yeah.
What happened after the package was adjusted in terms of benefits and monies, what we're paying? What happened after that? What happened after that? Where did we then have to go to get police?
Where did we have to go?
Yeah.
We never go nowhere. We have to turn back to our own. And
Why did we not have to go no place?
Why didn't we?
Yeah.
Because let me say to you, as me just said to you already, even that work the way you just come up with. Hey, look, you know you're some big topic, brother.
So you agreed me that the Antiguan, the average Antiguan is saying, whereas 10 years ago, I was working for X amount in the hotel industry. Today, I'm working for 30% less, and I'm not being a slave. But somebody who's coming from a territory where their minimum wage is half of what it is in Antigua, which is not applicable for us. 820, well, it's now 9. I'm not going to the 9, I'm going to the 820. I could even use the 9. There is a widely accepted fact that the $9 per hour is not adequate for our situation in Antigua. But taking into consideration that the minimum wage was not addressed over a period of time, you can't do it all one time. But in some other countries, they're working for something less than $5 an hour. So when they come to Antigua and work for $9 an hour, it is heaven for them. But for Antiguans who live here, who have to operate in this economy, know that $9 is not enough and is not willing to work for $9. And you're going to blame the Antiguan and Barbuda?
You want me to say something, you know?
I'm just asking if you're going to say that they're being unreasonable for that.
Me would think so.
Okay, man.
Me would think so, but you want me to say something, you know?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Watch this. Do you know that whether or not that the people in them who we call foreigner or who left from them country for come for our country for make one life, right? Do you know if them people they left Antigua and go away right now, do you know we live in between a rock and a hard place?
Me don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Hey, you want me to show some point right now? You want me to stick some point in the head right now?
Want me to tell you what I think so?
You want me to show you some point?
Hear me, Bubbler. Bubbler, hold on, man. Hold on. Don't get excited. Let me ask you this.
No, me first.
No. Hold on there. You ask me a question, I tell you what I think. I tell you why I think what I think. I get up and you tell me what you think. Hear me tell you. If you build a house and you want to pay $70 a day labor, and you can't get one labor for $70 a day, and your house was done, what are you going to do?
Well, most naturally, I have to pay.
So then if they're not here to work, I'm telling you, I don't think I'll be between a rock and a hard place.
You don't think so?
That's what I just explained to you.
Well, okay, let me say this to you now. Because if what you said, you think you so right.
No, I'm not right, but just give my opinion.
All right, well, make a proof to you where me can show you what part that you wrong. Because do you know that who to an Antiguan, in an Antigua, tell for them themselves that them they cannot work for $80 and $90 a day in an Antigua where them born and come from, right?
Mm-hmm.
But one man can live from where he come from, I pay one house rent, and them they live with their mama and them, and they not pay no rent. But them they not work for the $80, but a man can work for the $80 until pay rent, until save something, and you home back and sit down and say, you now work for that.
You ever rent any house?
Me?
Yeah.
Early up, man, not for long.
If you're into renting, right, you might find yourself in a position where you rent your house to one person and 10 somebody living there. You know why?
Go ahead.
I tell women to know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because the persons come together to lighten their burden for what they want to do. And little after, if you don't watch the situation, you don't have a house.
Well, okay.
Hold on there.
Mm-hmm.
When you walk or go into some house of them, if you're not careful, Some kind of snake or something might run up on you because they only push aside the grass so they can walk in and walk out. So me doesn't try to show you more complex than what you say.
Okay. So
and what me can tell you, if even 2008,
yeah,
may pay one laborer $100 a day.
Yeah.
You can't convince me that in today's day and age that me can pay less than $100 for labor and me can accept that as an Antiguan. You can't convince me that.
Well, okay. You see where I just knocked my way? Listen, hope Antigua people listen tonight now. Tonight on wicked night. You see where I just knocked my way there? Okay, hit you back with them. I'm going to use for me mother involved in the same situation that he just knocked my back with. You remember in the 70s and the 60s and so they used to talk about how Antiguans just go Virgin Island?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right. Do you know at the same life for our mother and father and them just go to Virgin Island and 4 and 5 of them live in a one little house and I pay people for them place?
I won't doubt that.
Okay. Well, listen what I'm going to tell you now. Listen this here. People turn up our radio. Bubble talk here. For me, mommy, one of them we used to go Virgin Island, right? In a then time, they heal. And then say emigration around them. And for my mommy, married to a diver, and she can dive and swim also. And then say emigration around them, right? And then say my mommy grab one box of macaroni. And when them run, then see one swimming pool. And she give 4 of the girls and them couple of the macaroni and tell them, now jump into the pool and use them as straw for breathe out. When the immigration them pass, I'll go down and breathe. And when them gone, I'll come back up. So the same life as Antiguans, men that live in a then time, other people country to my brother.
And you know what? You know what changed?
What changed?
We stood here. We fought the fight. Our fathers and grandfathers fought the fight.
Yeah.
To make it possible for the generations who are here now to be much more comfortable than have to do that. And I'm saying we ought not to ever get this country back in the position that I'll have to do just what you say again.
Well, let me say something to you.
And that's the final point I'll make with that.
Well, me make one final with you now, too.
Uh-huh.
And this final, how much pick me up?
None.
You have none.
How much you have?
Hey, me want to talk.
Hold on, but just tell you they don't want to talk. No, you want to talk.
Go ahead.
How much you have?
Bob, let me have none now.
Okay, so 2 hours like now.
Well, let me tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 hours like, but me raise 4. Because me have to take 4 of them from one of me sister. Me have to charge your magistrate court and take 4 of them from she.
Me not go magistrate court, but me you pay the same numbers.
But listen this now. Listen this. Seeing as you know pick me, you have to have nephew.
Yes.
And nieces.
And them they who may fight for now.
Okay. Well, let me tell you something. For tell them. Okay? And this final. Tell them. Get up. Don't sit on no corner. Don't say they now work for this and don't say they now work for that. And go out all day and take them and take up the work on them. So that if you and me think that them people will come to Antigua and take our position, them the fit.
Let me tell you what I tell them. What? And then I gotta go, I gotta take some more guy. You know what I tell them?
Yeah.
Antigua and Barbuda belong to them. That's what I tell them. Well, Antigua and Barbuda belong to them.
Well, when we look up in the sky, I mean, see nobody up there.
Take care.
Good.
Bless up. Good.
Well, when we look up in the sky,
turn off your radio there for me, caller, please. You're listening to 97.1 ZDK Radio. Caller, could you turn off your radio, please?
So, Biff.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The minister said at one time that they was duped by the official them of the plane.
Which one of the ministers said that?
Nicholas.
Okay.
That they was duped. And then he came back there, the judge there and said that they allowed certain things to happen under the radar. So, how you work with both statements?
Hey, and for me work on now, what you think?
Well, me think that the second statement that is made was the true statement.
Me think that they should have a public inquiry our investigation into
to get to the bottom of either there was a duke or they allow certain things to fly under the radar.
That is what we think.
Right. So we have a good show. Enjoy the show. Very informative. And keep the good work up.
Thanks,
Give thanks,
Thanks,
King. Give thanks, King.
Bless. 462-1100 is the number, or you could WhatsApp and 464-4201. Go ahead, Joe Blackie. You see Joe Blackie, tell me, say, Joe Blackie, you come in. Babe, I don't want to talk. All right?
No, I never say I don't want to talk. No, because...
You said about what I asked.
No, but when he reached to the...
You change your mind too fast. You're sweet. You make my head spin, Joe Blackie. Go ahead.
When Bubble come and talk about with the picnic part, me want to ask you a question, but me just say, oh, forget about that and just make it continue, you know, but such is life.
No, you see, and I like I see my niece here saying that she wasted 50 minutes. They don't waste 50 minutes. We need to be tolerant and have discussion.
Yeah, man.
Right? And
man.
I don't necessarily have to agree with what you're saying. Mm-hmm. You don't necessarily have to agree with what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But we have to have the conversation.
Yeah, but when you're not making no sense at all and not listening to what I'm saying to you as sense, it's hard to digest.
No, I hear you, but I not agree with you 100% because me not gonna say when you not have sense or where say no?
When you're saying things that doesn't make sense, and I'm saying stuff to you that makes sense, and you're totally ignoring it, it's hard to digest.
Let me give you a story, Blackie.
Yeah.
Years ago, I remember we used to sleep out and so. And the sleep out doesn't know. They come home on Sunday morning, you know.
Yes, King.
And they call me and tell me the old lady had a stroke.
Yeah.
So I tell them almost reach home. So, you know, when we come in, the old lady in she bed, and she face twist, and she speech slurs, you know. So I say, Mommy, want you? She said, me don't know. Then just make a ton of noise and blah, blah. Nothing happened to me feel all right. I'm going to tell you, she in the bad with them. I'm going to just back out the room and tell you, call ambulance right away.
Yeah, man.
She, in her state, just didn't know.
Yes, I.
That's how me see certain people.
Yes, I.
So, maybe I'm wrong. But that's how me see certain people.
That's a good analogy, brother.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I used to say all the while, water can't pass the level.
Yes, I.
Right? And that's why I mean get too upset about certain things. I mean, you have a reasoning. And what I'm saying here is not too bubbler, right? So please, nobody going to say what I say about bubbler. I'm just talking generally.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. You have the conversation and you recognize what it was and you move on.
Because
when somebody criticize, you can imagine a man fat and me tell me fat. He doesn't ignore that I continue. Come on. If you tell me I'm fat, the Blackie, never can look into it and say, tall. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
But how a man fat like me fat and me tell me too fat?
That's for sure.
What sense that make?
That's for sure people think.
So you go, King.
Yeah.
Got you. You're going to make a point there, just so sorry about that.
Go ahead, man. Fast forward.
Yeah, so, 1 second. Let me just bring in this call here. Good night, caller.
Yo, Biff.
Yo.
Let me tell you something. And much Antiguans can sit on radio and hold formal discussion like what I just do, eh? You understand? You have to be intellectual to do these things before you start to get vexed and start to disrespect each other and so on. So let me tell you straight up. Only man like me and you also can do them kind of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Because plenty of people cannot hold out.
I'm glad for that,
before they start to get personal. Okay?
Yep.
So, I still here listen and nobody ever come and tell me nothing.
All right, man. But doesn't me want to make sure that you know people funny, you know?
I tune in.
Okay, man. Bless. Thank you very much for that.
I tune in.
All right, man.
Yeah, man.
Take care. Yes.
Yes, I.
Yeah, so, you know, hey, Bubble put me the problem, even though he put me the problem. Hey, Bubble say, only sends my man like always, so kind of conversation. Hey, we'll just back it up, laugh, the set up the body or something. The bad just said about the sense. But the black it up, laugh, the black it up. Where's it? You don't start to think there's who is sensible?
Oh, Lord.
Hey?
Let me tell you.
Oh, okay. Don't worry ahead, man. Don't worry ahead. My boss, Josiah, Robert Josiah. Good night, Mr. Josiah. Over there in the old road area, you know, he used to tell us, you know, truth like cock.
Yes, I.
You can always fly back up there the top.
All the time.
You can always fly back up there the top. So.
All the time.
But just no one to take on them, you know. Right, that was just a light moment. That was just like, my son never tell about that. You remind me to tell it off here. I can't tell it on it. Hey, boy, you know, me resign. Them to get fired. What the thing? What a thing, my friend. I'm trying to find a clip here. I'm going to move on for that. Again, remember the telephone number is 462-1100. And the WhatsApp number is 4644201. And talking about that, I checked it just now, and somebody was testing. Somebody said they were testing his number. Beef, the minister need to expand on those things that were allowed to happen under the radar. Remember, the minister said that they were duped. I don't think both things can be true. Either you were duped or you allowed the things to happen. Thank you very much to that WhatsApper. I hear your point. I agree with your point. I believe somebody said earlier, is you would ask me which one I believe is it? Or somebody said the second one might have been the case, another person. Somebody called or you said that?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Just know when somebody called, a gentleman called and said that. Yes, he was asking me which one, and I said him I believe they should have an investigation or inquiry.
Yes.
Right. So the WhatsApp there is basically saying the same thing.
Same thing, yeah.
I'm not ready to say yet what me think. I'm not ready to say what me think. But what we can tell them who believe they could just be a 9-day talking and nothing happen, it's not gonna be that.
Right.
I can guarantee you. Once I have breath, I can guarantee you go long past 9 days.
But it can't be. It should never be.
You go long past 9 days. So if that's
let me ask this.
Why they believe it not happen?
Let me ask this. If there was another regime in government, would you think they would be undergoing these stern questions as well?
Yeah, man.
All right.
Maybe even more.
All right.
Maybe even more. Maybe even more. But the stakes are high.
Very much.
The stakes are high, and I don't have a problem. I understand what Bubble said. I understand. I don't necessarily agree with everything that you have said, but I said the other day, and I'm going to say again. I'm going to say again. Those persons who have their personal fantasies as to how they see the world, now use Antigua and Antigua money to carry out your fantasy. Get your money, bring them into your space, and deal with that.
Try the lottery.
You understand what I mean? That's that. Now, moving on now to, again, leading up to the election and after the election, the APUA, especially the water side of APUA, really came in for some criticisms. They really came in for some criticisms. Allegations that people sabotage the system, not turn on valve, etc., etc. 1 second here. Good night, caller.
Good night, gentlemen. How you doing?
I'm glad they called because somebody said earlier that they want to call if you hear voice. My feeling should WhatsApp the person, eh? Now WhatsApp, reply to them privately on Facebook and get their number.
I am not on Facebook.
Oh boy, well you don't know what's going on.
It's all right. I'll keep off the street corner.
What's up,
I'll hear it from you. Good night, Joe Blackie. How you doing?
Hail up, man. Hail up, Mr. Knight. Everything good.
I was supposed to come to you tonight, but circumstances beyond my control.
Okay.
I hear people saying all kind of rumor about me, but it's okay.
What is it about you?
I'm cry for you.
Right, moving right along.
I'm cry for you on the WhatsApp, on the Facebook page, though. Yeah.
But Bubbler pushed me to call Beef. And let me say this, yes, Antiguans go all over the world. Antiguans are all over the world. I am one of them that travel a lot, reside in other people's country. And let me tell you, Beef, when you live in another man's country, right, especially America, and I'm going to use America as my pole. If it's one country that lets you know, the people that live in that country that let you know that America belongs to Americans, are them. No matter how much immigrants go. You know why they behave so? Because they put policies in place. They have certain rules and regulations. Antigua have that. I don't have a problem with the amount of people coming here. But born Antiguans supposed to say, look, even if with our flags and how we treat things and how we move, you must say that, look, Antigua Day. Here, everybody come and then push Antiguans in a corner. And I'm not talking with no cheese in my mouth.
I will
and
talk
that's how
this, man.
Antiguans feel right now
I will
in their
talk
country.
this, man. I will talk this.
That is how Antiguans feel right now. And if we're giving away our country, if we make up our mind to give away our country for our future generation, then so be it. Then so be it. I never see a country in this world where the citizens, the born citizens, just sit back and allow our governments to do what they want, have an open sesame, and put nothing in place. Put nothing in place. And let me use America again. No immigrant can become the president of the United States of America. That says a lot. That says a lot.
You have to be a citizen.
No, you have to be a born citizen. You have to be a born citizen to become the president. There's a reason why they do it. It's because you have, and no matter how much immigrants that come here, you hear them talk about their country.
But look, Mr. Knight.
And there's nothing wrong with that, though.
No.
But Mr. Knight, some of these,
I big them up for that.
Some of these individuals who are coming here, if you ask them the situation that happens in their country that they're not at all in favor of, and some of them want to see it implemented here, it's unfair. It's unfair because they're fighting for being the dominant one in their country, and they're not achieving that, and some of them have to leave, and they want to come here and reinforce that on us. We are the indigenous people here, and we as Antiguans should get first preference over everybody else. And I don't say that with what in my mouth, my brother.
Jabaki, you and Beef have lived overseas before.
Yeah.
And you can't tell me y'all don't feel that when you go in another man's country.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
To me, no. The issue for me, I don't really have an issue with immigrants coming to Antigua wanting to make.
That's not the topic,
right,
Beef.
Right. I just want to be. I want to be clear.
Yes, that's not the topic,
I want to be
my
clear.
brother. That's not the topic.
What we're looking at is that the situation is managed in a way that Antiguans do not become minorities in their country.
I agree.
That's what the discussion is about.
And nobody can vex with you.
Well, me really business if anybody vex, I defend the business. When we go home, and I go see them in my bed, so me no worry about that. The issue, we have to look at that, and sometimes politicians use us against one another. Right? Politicians use us against one another. Some politicians push a particular narrative knowing that the narrative is an emotional one, right? To achieve an end for them.
Yeah.
And they continue living high on the hog.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we have to be mindful of those things and things. And I'm just saying, the clear thinking people in the population who can reason ought not to get themselves caught up in that game. They see what that person is doing, you recognize what they're doing, and you just keep trying to push where you're pushing. You don't get caught up in that game. You know what I'm saying? So let's tell me with them Africans now. I already know to myself. By the way, Tulang want to know if you have a date with Lady Cleo. So you can private message Tulang and get that out of the way. All that I know is that the situation with Africans, it cannot be that those Africans who are in a position where they could be killed if they go back to their country. It cannot be a situation where anybody with reason can be saying that they ought to go back. My position is whatever needs to be done. We need to work along with whichever agency we need to work along with, and they need to be resettled outside of Antigua. I mean, I run a hide for that.
Right.
We just read on this in the same cabinet briefing from last week. Today or Saturday? From this week, that the air conditioning system of a hospital broke down to the point that only some emergency surgery,
Yes,
right?
I heard that.
The flooring, like I say, gone.
Yeah.
Them things didn't just happen overnight.
And we will have to look at the
no
roof
maintenance.
soon.
Right.
The roof are rotten.
Right. Them things didn't happen overnight. So to come and tell me,
DCA,
right? To come and tell me that we as a nation should now take on an additional burden when we have our challenges. Most of the people them whom we hear push that, them that had their wealth.
Yep.
Go ahead, Knight. Make a point.
Let's look at cost of living index and the parity, the distribution, the wealth distribution in the country, beef. Where, and I heard the Prime Minister say it too, that we have a distribution of wealth. We have that problem, and where the 1%ers are making it, and we have the poor. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
That is where you have to lift up. And I heard you ask Bubba if Antiguans who work in for $9 an hour will go back and somebody who in the construction field who working for $100 will now go take $70. Hell no, not in today's.
I built my house. I built my house in 2008.
Mm-hmm.
2008, and I paid $100 a day for labor.
Right.
So nobody. I didn't say what I didn't know.
Right.
That's why I could have said what I said.
Right. So the distribution of wealth in the country is so skewed. You understand me? That is something the gap we have to check, because Antigua is a rich country because what a word that Pringle can't call.
What word that?
Per capita.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's so skewed. We're what? Like you told Bubba, some countries they're $5 an hour.
Yes, the minimum wage.
We're $9. Mm-hmm. Well, there are people up there in our society who's making $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a month.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind.
Uh-huh.
There's no doubt in my mind that that there's money in Antigua, and I just said it's just a matter of the distribution of money. Because when you see, people tend to get emotional, right? We get too old now, me into this emotion thing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Me only, not go down the Dave, so like that. Me get involved in this emotional thing, you understand? I look at what the facts is. Look at the facts and make a decision based on the facts. And I know both administration, not only one administration, whereas you're supposed to look at the minimum wage every 2 years. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to change it every 2 years. Mm-hmm. But an assessment is done every 2 years. Both administration at one point in time would have waited 6 years.
Are guilty of doing that.
6 years, right? So that is why, because initially the unions were at something like about $10 or $10.50, my understanding was, in relation to the minimum wage.
In this
yes, and they eventually came back to 10.
Yes.
As a middle ground.
9.
No, 10.
Okay.
The union was at 10.
Yeah.
And the government, the employers, my understanding was they were at $8.90, if I'm not mistaken, after a year. The government came with $9. The government came with $9, and that is what the case is. But reasonable persons know, right? Mm-hmm. The $9 or the $10
it's below par.
That's the break. They know that.
Below par.
But because of how it was dealt with, right? But these same persons, and this is what I don't understand with some of our people. And even though I say I don't understand it, I'm still not going to get upset, but I'm just going to keep trying to educate, keep trying to make people conscious of it. These people who are talking all the things, them that have money now.
Right.
The people them who will say this and that, them that have money fist over.
They feel a syndrome?
No, I know syndrome. It's just that I believe that certain persons just use people to keep themselves in a position. They do just enough to keep themselves where they are. That's just my belief.
And before I go, you said it to Bob. You said it to Bubba that no Antiguan. Yes, people who are coming from somewhere as immigrants, happen all over the world. You understand me? Is going to take whatever to survive, to pay rent, pay electricity, whatever. But no Antiguan is going to sit down in the country and work for nothing. And we heard it in the news. In the news, we heard it when the Prime Minister said that the young people are not. I think you brought it to my attention.
It was on the program that he had.
Yes, that they're not taking up these jobs
in the hotel industry. And the reason why that they're not being paid
because of low wages.
Right.
But somebody who's coming from a worse off situation
they will. Yes.
Right. And you pointed out that to Bubbler.
All right, my friend, remember to get in touch with Miss Tulan. You should put your number. You should put your number on the Facebook mail. Just WhatsApp it to you.
Hey, just see you, man.
Bless yourself, King. All right, man. Thank you. Thanks for calling.
That the man.
No. I mean, I tell you what my job is in life, the King. My job in life is just to try to make life good. You know what I mean? that's how I look. That's how I look at the thing, King. Yeah, as I was saying before, Mr. Knight. Okay, one more call coming through. Good night, caller.
Yeah, I have a call back on me and night come there and I have a touch you up, you know.
No worry ahead, man. Do your thing.
Yeah, I have a touch up night because I want to understand that everybody who comes, and come in a very tacky way. But when you do look at it, it's a political game. You understand? But I have this here for night tonight. Because I don't know where him in there all the time, but I know him in there. You check? And this is the problem we have with all our Antiguans. Yeah? I always want to situate that somebody come now country this how, and I do this, and I do that. But let me tell you something tonight. Antigua people sell off all of them 4 parents and them dead left and give them to all sorts of people. Foreigners, Chinese, Syrian, all kind of people. That's why they can open shop and open Chihuahua and Chihuahua all over, right? Then sell off all them poor people in their asset. And gone America and say they don't want to see Antigua. And more want he for know. Are over 50,000 Antiguans missing from this land here right now. And if all them people there who are, welcome here, check up themselves and go and left Antigua left like a zombie pen. Because enough of them say they don't want to see Antigua again. And you know who make them see Antigua? Tell night this one here for you. Emigration. Pack them back and send them back to Antigua and only so they see Antigua. Because they say that they have no intention to look back here. Just the other day.
When you said it's a political game, what you meant by that?
What I meant by that? Because that the whole night attack and the whole other man attack, I attack country-wise, making vibes that still. But me a vibe still that a government situation I try to say, and me want even he night for know that if them they mean get no power, election gone here, them they couldn't make no wages be higher in this country. Telling me say so. Them they could never make no wages behind this country.
So you don't believe Lovell said they want to move the minimum wage to $10.
Move the minimum wage to what?
$10 instead of $9, $10.
You want me to say something to you about Lovell?
Tell me about the minimum wage first.
Man, ask you a question.
Answer the question, and then I'm going to tell you something about Lovell.
Yeah, sure.
Good. No.
Okay.
My name believe you.
Okay, tell me about
I want to tell you something about Lovell. Allow me. But I'm going to tell you, I'm a young man, right? So I'm not know nothing. And I hear nothing yet about the political scheme, you know? But Lovell can tell you who talk here. Allow you to join ACLM together. You check? And Mr. Leonard Tim Hector tell us we will trust anybody else in the ACLM movement. Mr. Lovell cannot be trusted. And what will Lovell do are we? Tell all the Rastaman and them. Vote for us. Y'all wouldn't get locked up anymore.
Are you alone, Mindy, when he tell you that?
When he said that?
Yeah.
That on tape.
When he tell you that Chuff's level, who else, Mindy, can verify that?
Oh, you talk about Tim Hector. What you say?
Yeah.
So Tim, well, I mean, if you saw about
I thought he said Tim Hector.
No, but let me put down the sir. So Tim Hector, go ahead.
Yeah.
And Tennessee King Mindy. One man named Blacks Mindy. The same Alistair Thomas. He not going to say yes. He Mindy.
So where say you know how to tape?
I said them the on tape.
So on tape, Mindy, when you say that?
The man in that tape, them things, you know, can't tape the man with that one.
So you say, where said Sir Tim, where said Sir Tim say?
What?
Where said Sir Tim say?
Anybody in the movements, in the ACLM movements can be trusted, not Mr. Lovell.
You ever hear Sir Tim say that Lester Bird is not to be trusted?
If me ever hear you say that?
Yeah.
Me can't record that.
Well, me hear that, and me so young. When you say Bubbler?
Bubbler, I'll talk later.
Yeah. Bubbler, you can't remember that, and you so old.
Talk to you later, Bubbler.
Bubbler, just give me a break, Bubbler.
Hey, you're not get emotional.
Me not get emotional. Get too emotional.
The man say it here.
Right.
Nobody here.
Big up yourself.
Nobody here. Okay?
Yeah.
The man can't hear everything.
Yes, King.
All right. Bubbler, but take my house series from a computer home with Fan the Flame. I'm going to share it with you. And then I'll have next conversation after that. Anyway, hey, Bubble, catch my off guard. Like, where was supposed to go? Oh, I was saying, before the election and after the election, the employees of the water department, they really took a lashing.
Yeah, they got some sticks.
Yeah, accusation of turning off valve and blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. So, because of that, well, after the election, when they were at Government House, I think there might have been some sort of a swearing in. I'm not sure if it was the ministers. I think it might have been the ministers. Mr. MP Green, Chet Green, went to town also on APA. I have taken an interest in following closely what's happening, what the public is being told is happening at APA Water. You know, the minister is now Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
Right, and he's happened to be the information minister
yes.
also when he has a thing. So I've been tracking what he's been saying closely in relation to APA.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there's recordings on top of recordings that I've had with him where he's outlining the problems that they're having. And I have not heard him say as yet, in all what he's saying. I have not heard him say as yet nothing about valves and turning off valves and so.
Right.
And I'm saying, I believe that those persons who unjustly chastised those workers,
mm-hmm.
when the budget debate comes, you have the opportunity in Parliament, you owe them an apology. Because if you don't apologize, then we believe that your accusations are going to follow you for a while. I think so.
Now you not talk too fast now.
You know.
I don't understand here that.
No, but if there's valve,
yeah.
Valve not turn off and valve turn off.
Mm.
If there's valve and you have the proof of it, when they can bring it to the public.
Ivy King.
And whoever was doing that should be dealt with.
Ivy.
But the reverse is also true.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because everything, I've heard that they're going to be building pressure zones to take water over hill.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that 5% or 10% of the persons are on elevated areas, and when you increase the pressure so that then they can get water, you bust up down below.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard all of that. But I hear about the valve some yet.
Right.
So every time I hear him talk in relation to APA, I listen carefully to hear about the valves. Right?
I understand that some spare parts would have arrived on Ireland too.
Take your time.
Go ahead.
Come make you talk yourself.
Go ahead.
There certainly is a requirement for this basic utility to be provided everywhere and consistently, and there is a lot of inconsistency in the production system. So it's not only the distribution. We have frequent outages at different plants because of shortage of spare parts, because of power disruption, because of the condition of the ocean. So these are systems that we have now have to audit, and I've already begun that audit, and I'm now going to give some direction. So I'm expected to have a full discussion with the team on Thursday afternoon to outline my objectives and to indicate over a 180-day period how I intend the management team and the staff should address themselves to these challenges. More resources have got to be poured into the water division, human resource-wise and other material resources, and I do intend to give them all of that.
That was from Thursday.
Yeah.
Any comment?
Let me hear you. Let me hear you.
That was on Thursday. Let me go with where is it? I spoke about Liberta. I'm sure that Crocus will listen. I remember being on a show and Crocus called and say, "How is it that how when the first osmosis plant or whatever in a English harbor now and I get water in a
condition for them here, is it?
Yeah, I remember having that discussion.
Yeah.
So again, me listen very good now. Me listen very, very good.
Let me just say that during the course of this afternoon, I'll be having a full review of my assessment of the water division with the management team at APOA. There have been some improvements along the way, and there still continue to be too many disruptions in the production of water, but this is one of the areas that I'll be looking at. I'm happy to indicate that the water manager did indicate that the construction of the facilities in the Liberta area should be commencing today. I think they took delivery of some containers by which they will be installing the pumps in that particular area. I am in receipt of the 9 project documents, the 9 projects that I've asked them to focus on over the next 90 days. And so we will go through that process, and it's for us now to be able to ensure that there is adequate funding. So as part of my review this afternoon, it will be looking at all of these particular areas. I'm not happy to state that one of the areas that causes me a significant consternation is the instability of the production of the water facilities from the Fort James plant. And that is simply because of the condition of the intake with respect to turbulence and turbidity. And so we have to find another engineering solution to complement what is already in place. The fault is not in the plants, but the fault is in the harvesting of the water and the intake mechanism. So I am interested in having that conversation with the engineers and to ensure that we can bring some stability to that distribution. Clearly, the distribution system, whenever that facility is not producing, water has to come from the Crabs area, and then that involves a lot of manual switching of valves and of charging those pipes, because the water remains in the pipes to be able to get to the consumers. And so there's a significant volume of water that has to travel down from Parham in order for it to be able to reach the residents in not only my community but in Yorks and in the Villa area as well. So I am aware that those particular residents are experiencing a particular problem with the disruption that's caused by what is taking place at Fort James. So it's a matter that has my ongoing, urgent and immediate attention. And of course, the irony is, now that I have been elevated to the position of Utilities Minister, that I think the natural expectation is that the person would christen his picnic fuss, as we'd say in local parlance. And here it is that my constituency and the neighboring constituencies of St. John's City West and the Prime Minister's constituency and St. John's Rural North are being affected, perhaps more than any other. Insofar as the southern border is concerned, the southern villages are concerned, we had a problem with 2 of the units at the Fry's plant that were out of service because of breakdown in equipment. They are now in receipt of the material, and I expect by midday today that they may have overcome that, and certainly by tomorrow the residents in the south of the island from the southern part of Golden Grove all the way around to Old Road will see a better supply and more consistent supply of water. We still have a lot of work to be done. We are not yet at the storage capacity that is prescribed normally. We have approximately 12 million gallons of capacity. It should be double that, and at least 1.2 million gallons of that is unattainable because the storage facilities are in need of repair. So this is the type of funding gap that I'm looking down, and we will have to come to grips with finding means to do that in very short order.
Yes, that day was the minister responsible for public works. You hear anything about valve?
We didn't know about a valve, but what me hear, And that no water at all come from Fort James.
Because of
turbulence and intake and all kind of different things. But
right.
What I'm saying, Beef, having lived here for so long, I know the operations of how Fort James is. Wasn't that taken into consideration before building this osmosis plant over there?
Okay, well, that part I can't really answer. Because I don't know how the decision was made to locate the plant there. So I would assume that some sort of a study would have been done and etc. I don't know. So I can't really talk for that. We would have to hear from APA.
And nobody, you see, in this country, only the small man get knocked out and pay. No heads now roll for them, some, yeah?
Esther Basil, Beef, I'm disappointed with you right now. You sound like them spin doctor UPP. I wanted to read that one day. From what? Roxanne, Esther Basil, sorry, not Roxanne, Esther Basil. Well, Miss Basil, if you want to make a contribution, you can call us on 462-1100 and feel free to make your contribution. But I'll just let you know, well, if you don't realize who may be by now, that them kind of things don't really bother me. I don't know when they can see that. And as I read it, my mind ran on something. I was once the chairman of a board, and we were dealing with a particular situation. And to a man and to a woman, everybody was saying one thing.
Yeah.
When I recognized what was happening, I remembered going to a meeting and I remember saying to them, you all are going to be having a problem soon for now. They say, what the problem be? Anything I can talk on radio because them are listening to me now. Like.
Mm-hmm.
So you all going to have a problem soon for now. So what the problem be? I'm going to fight with their conscience. That's what I said to them. You all are going to have a fight with your conscience. So then in a few weeks' time when certain other things was happening, you started hearing it coming through. Do they really mean blah, 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 blah? Or isn't it blah, 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 blah? And I said to them, but tell I going to fight with their conscience. Me know how to fight the Esther Basil. Here for my number one priority be God.
Yes, I
Here for my number two priority be Antigua and Barbuda. Political parties come after that. So me now going to have a problem to all for my conscience. So I understand that you might be hearing some things that don't necessarily go along the script that you're accustomed to. Because of course you might have swallowed the hook with the bait pen, the hook, line and sinker about valves. You might have swallowed that hook.
But what have you said?
But me no little bit. Well, I'm not trying to justify none neither. Not try to justify none. But just me want to tell Esther Basil that. And then we're done with Esther Basil.
Sound like a UPP spin doctor.
They move on from that now. Another situation again, in relation to the minister spoke about the LNG plant.
Yeah.
That I think should be coming on around summer, July, somewhere around there, they said. Let me take this call first. Good night, caller. What am I not doing right? Everything is good.
Hello?
Good. Hey, good night.
So you become a political spin doctor to proclaim what the minister says.
You know, I'm not really, my facts must say certain things.
No, but
because I really want to attack on something.
No, but
No. You haven't said anything.
Not
you
a
just
thing.
play what them from the cabinet press briefing.
Not a thing.
To play what the minister said. And
Yes.
in the cabinet press briefing, in the cabinet notes, it said that the valves are broken. That's the part you missed out, where they said in the notes that the valves they're going to replace valves that are broken. You know that. So what? We don't read, we don't listen. You're just playing what the minister say for who missed it.
Hey, Dane, thank you for coming to my defense, but you know, we can fight one battle.
You
Don't worry.
asked the Blackie if I ain't ever contribute. The Blackie said, no, you said let the ministers. Look, fair, you got this country out.
Thank you. Hey, thanks for coming to my defense, but I can defend myself. Don't worry about that.
Well.
Yeah, hey, thanks for that, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about that kick. We can take care. We can take care of ourselves. Rebecca, you know, I just wanted for her to know. Some Ghana knows. So I don't even remember the name. What was the name be again?
Basil,
but that's why I miss Basil for that. You know what I mean? Yes. So as I was saying, I was listening to again coming out to the press briefing. You was talking about the LNG.
Yeah.
LNG plant coming in.
Natural gas.
And again, you know, something I hear two things, but I have to give deference to the minister because he's supposed to know his cabinet, and he would have indicated that there's a 12-year boot project. That's going to be a 12-year boot project. I know I heard in some news package before that it was a 25-year boot package. So maybe somebody, one of them people who go and question the minister, maybe you can ask him to confirm if it's 12 or 25 years boot project.
Well, like you say, listening to some information, you have to always verify and check.
Let me see if it's this. This is on the 4th, Love Day. This is on Valentine's Day.
An additional 40 megawatts of electricity could soon become available for Antigua and Barbuda, as the new liquefied natural gas power plant is on track to be in operation by summer. LNG is a cleaner fuel alternative to heavy fuel with lower carbon emissions by 40%. The multi-million-dollar plant is being constructed at APUA's Crafts Peninsula in partnership with Antigua Power Company, APC, Texas-based firm Eagle LNG, and Finnish technology group Wastelia, and will be the first of its kind in the OECS. This was welcome news for New Utilities Minister Melfred Nicholas, who was present along with media earlier today for a walkthrough of the facility.
It's encouraging to see that this project is coming to fruition. It marks a step change in the government's approach towards its energy needs. A few years ago, I believe it would have been a COP26. Or might have been the earlier COP. The government had undertaken that by 2030, up to 30% of our energy needs will come from renewable sources, and we wanted to certainly move towards reducing our carbon footprint. So the technology that is being developed here, what we learned earlier, when we move towards the full utilization of LNG, this plant itself, it will do so at a much cleaner rate than the previous fossil fuel generated engine. This is a timely implementation of this project, and I am indeed, as new minister, happy that our partners, in not only APC but with their own partners, are bringing this project together.
Along with the positive environmental impact, the plant is expected to boost the economy significantly. This is according to chairman of the Hadid Group of Companies and APC, Francis Hadid.
Antigua is going to be the only island in the Caribbean that can supply LNG and distribute LNG. This plant, there is none like it in the region. With LNG and low sulfur region. So Antigua stands to benefit a lot by having LNG. Look forward to seeing more cruise ships coming to Antigua. Cruise ships running LNG. Cruise ships are going to need LNG. They're not going to get LNG in St. Martin, in the St. Kitts, St. Lucia, Grenada. None of those islands have LNG. Where they're going to have to get LNG right there. And the beauty about the joint venture is that it's a collaboration with a US-based firm that is producing it. So the manufacturer of the product is also the supplier and our joint partner here in Antigua. And this project came with a high endorsement from the U.S. Embassy itself. So we're very proud of what we have done.
And while many will welcome the boost in revenue, the question lingers over what sort of impact the facility could have on customers' pockets. APUA Electricity Business Unit Manager Andre Matthias sought to shed some light on that matter.
I believe ultimately, when we look at everything, the price would be adjusted. But the structure of APUA, APUA, water, telecoms, and electricity. Electricity subsidizes water, So you cannot just look at electricity on its own. You have to look at the entire thing, because right now the water rates is below cost, operating cost. So electricity has to continue to subsidize water until there's an adjustment in the rate. So it's not a simple formula to say that the rates will go down immediately. Ultimately, I think it will go in that direction. Because the whole purpose of going LNG is two things. One is to reduce the carbon emissions, and secondly, because LNG is a much stabler fuel, and it was cheaper at the time for sure, we expect the rates to go down. But I'm not saying the rate is going to go down next month, but ultimately it will.
It is expected that once the plant is operational, it will work alongside the APC and Black Pine Power Plant. It is, however, the intent of APUA to operate solely through the LNG plant sometime in the future, as APUA will have sole control of the terminal for 12 years. In the early stages, low-sulfur diesel will be used for its operations until the LNG fuel from Eagle LNG arrives in Antigua. The terminal, which has a lifespan of over 25 years, will feature an operations and administrative building alongside the engine room.
All right, so that's what I heard. So I don't know. It's just a matter of, I guess, getting it clarified. If persons out there are of the opinion that is 25 years is really not 25 years, but a 12-year boot arrangement, which means that after 12 years, the plant, the factory, would become the property of Antigua and Barbuda. You're listening to 97.1 FM ZDK Liberty Radio. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue the discussion. Stay tuned.
Gonna be great. At first I want to play, I can hardly wait. Dress up like a Baptist woman with a old shoebox in my hand, charging money. This is what's confusion in the band. To see Miss Mary, big and hairy. To see she father, to see she mother. For carnival this year, I have Miss Mary here. Miss Mary Wayne, come and see she. Morning till Tuesday when the sun drop behind the hill. My display may be called offbeat, but the public go have a treat. Yes, it's fat for so and excitement in Frederick Street. To see Miss Mary, big and hairy. To see she daughter, to see she mother. For carnival this year, I have Miss Mary here. Miss Mary Wayne, come and see she.
Older adults and people of any age who have serious underlying medical conditions are at higher risk for severe illness from COVID-19. If you are at higher risk, you should stay home as much as possible and avoid close contact with people who are sick to protect yourself. Call your doctor if you have concerns about COVID-19 and your medical condition, or if you get sick. Have you left your house for an essential reason? Make sure you take the following steps to avoid spreading COVID-19. Maintain social distance, approximately 6 feet or 2 meters from others. Wear a cloth face covering when in public.
Face the issue. No more. See the signs. Help. Bullying is psychological. Physical. Don't close your eyes. Sticks and stones may break my bones, and even words can harm me. We're frozen in fear. Power is. Do something. Wake up. Face the issue. Push back. No more. Stop bullying. Start caring.
This message brought to you by the Maria Holder Memorial Trust and the Halo Foundation.
Elaine and Dad's Joseph Consultancy. We consult on labor relation matters, insurance, business matters, and politics. P.O. Box 2287, Francis Lane, Yorks Village, St. John's, Antigua Barbuda. Our email address, it's elaineanddadsjoseph@gmail.com. Telephone numbers 776-0200 or 464-4201. Contact us. We are here for you.
My pussycat crossing Charlotte Street. I couldn't swear whether it was the right pussy I meet. But just as I was making sure, up came a young lady. Mister, what you looking for? That pussy belong to me. It's my pussy, she said. It's my pussy, she said. It's my pussy, it's my pussy. I feed her, mind her, raise her from small. Man, take off your hand from she, don't touch me pussy at all. I said you sound intelligent.
Yes, welcome back to Real Talk. Hey, right here on ZDK Liberty Radio, 97.1 FM.
So useless.
Hey, the time in studio, 10:36 p.m.
Madam, you don't understand. My pussy is missing too. It's my pussy. It's my pussy.
Dave Beef Joseph here in your company.
It's my pussy. I feed her, mind her, raise her from small. Man, take off your hand from
and also keeping my company tonight is my good buddy, my brethren, Joe Blackie.
Yes, every time.
Blessings. All right, so that there bringing us back. My pussy, that's what man say.
Who the artist?
Who you be boy? I'm gonna tell you right now. Kitchener.
Ivy.
Kitchener.
Don't know somebody like you know.
Yeah, Kitchener, my pussy. Suppose me not off the top of my head. Instead of going back to the track.
Well, let's say you got some time, man.
Well, if you know how much things I'm doing here at the same time.
Don't know multitask, you multitask.
A million and one. But
yo, hey, plenty of them to know how I go on sometime in a bed.
Leave it as it is.
Yes, I.
Leave it as it is. Yes, the telephone number 462-1100, or you could WhatsApp us on 464-4201. Let me check and see what's happening on the WhatsApp board. Boom. They like who is that when you said that you resigned? Oh, who said that they resigned but they get fired? I can hear the news next week. Let me put it. You only hear the news next week.
Tell them bring a friend for listen next week.
I don't want. No, I'm saying next week. Next week Saturday, no.
Okay.
They will hear about next week Monday or Tuesday, that kind of thing.
Ivy.
But I really want to be the bearer of bad news. You know what I mean?
Ivy.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. The Lord is good now.
Every time?
The Lord is good, man. The Lord is good. Boy, I see the hand of God working. Chucksy. That's even me pronounce that right. Was the lady? You heard the ladies on Chucksy?
No, I haven't heard his name for some time now.
Yes. Well, when did he still live in? Well, I'm sure he's still in
Antigua. Let me shouldn't say that.
He's still in Antigua, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I've heard the young lady in question. She has been arrested and jailed.
Jail?
Yes.
Jail or detained?
Well, I understand she's sent to prison. That's why I understand.
Okay, when I hear the part there.
Yeah.
But I know that I think the name is Barbara Jerabika.
Yeah.
That's the name.
I can't pronounce it.
We being Antigua and Barbuda, apparently had Interpol put out a red notice.
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding of the red notice situation is, if they don't know where you are, they put it out there, they find out where you are, and then the authorities of that country would hold
pick you up.
and then if there's any extradition, situation together, then it goes in there. But as we were saying earlier, as a matter of fact, before I go, let me go here. No, sorry, my bad. Bring back that there. Come on. Bring back that there. Come back there. Go here and then go here.
A woman named in the apparent kidnapping of diamond dealer Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Abu Dhabi. Sources close to the matter have confirmed. According to reports, Barbara Jarabika was arrested following a red notice issued by Antigua and Barbuda as investigations into the matter continue. Choksi has maintained that on May 23rd, 2021, the day he was kidnapped and taken to Dominica, he was with Jarabika, who he said befriended him over a period of time in Antigua. He said his suspicion that she was involved in the crime was based on the fact that Jarabika did not attempt to help him while he was being beaten and placed on a boat and taken to Dominica from Jolly Harbor. Choksi said the manner in which Jarabika conducted herself indicated that she was an integral part of the plan to abduct him. Jarabika, in interviews with various media houses, said, however, that she had met Choksi over breakfast on the day he was allegedly kidnapped, but left for the airport and was on the other side of the island when it happened.
Yes, so I haven't, as we were saying earlier, when we were talking about the African situation, we're not hearing nothing from officialdom.
Yeah.
Same thing here now with the situation. I'm trying to remember if any of the persons who would be asking questions of the minister at the press conference briefing, if they asked anything about it, I'm not sure. But
what about the police? The police.
Well, that's what I was talking about. I would have believed that they would have had some briefing with the media house to say, well, you know what I mean, how we getting along, just for information purposes,
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm trying to jog my memory in relation to if the questions were put to the minister after this would have come out in the news. I might be wrong, but I can't recall. But stand to be corrected.
I can't recall it.
Stand to be corrected.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the latest situation. I don't know. I was trying to call Mr. Pompey,
but
earlier to ask him about it. He's versed in them stuff, but I'm not as yet au fait as to holding the calls, and so I'm gonna have to try and figure that out.
Even with this revelation beef, we haven't heard anything even from the commissioner.
And I would have if not the commissioner, maybe I know Miss Inspector Frankie Thomas. I think it is. He's the
PRO.
Yes, the media person. I haven't heard anything from him either.
Not the thing.
But the point I'm making is, we oh man, I don't know this thing. I don't know.
Beef. I've heard individuals making a joke of this thing and saying the man abscond and nobody kidnap you and all kind of something. So, what you have to say about that?
Well, I was, and still continue to track that case ever since it broke. I have, I'm sure, nearly 80-something clips. Just on that topic alone.
What came out of the case down in Dominica?
After he was taken to court in Dominica, he was given bail, and he was allowed to leave the island in relation to medical treatment, to come back to Antigua, with the understanding that when the case would you would have to go back to Dominica. So he came back to Antigua. Between then, sometime after that, there was a news article coming out of Antigua where they were saying that the government or the prosecution down there was going to drop the case. I'm not sure if that had happened, if they had gone to court even, but that was a talk. Assuming that would have been done, here on an Antiguan type situation now, I think Choksi is challenging the government because the government would want to to withdraw his CIP passport. They say they making their claim what they think he's saying no. So that matter is still ongoing.
Okay.
When he was in coming out of the stuff with Dominica, they got in touch with a number of different agencies, in relation to the kidnapping, because they know it's going to be cross-border kidnapping and them kind of stuff. So that is happening on another
level,
on another track.
Right.
So I would want to believe that the lady Jarabika, that's her name, Jarabika, I would want to believe that the investigators here would want to be able to interview her in relation to the investigation as to whether or not Chuksi was kidnapped from Antigua, as he said, and taken to Dominica. So this is what I'm saying. If Interpol would have located her, if she's been detained, I didn't hear about the part that you said that she has been jailed. I don't know what.
I think she's been held.
Right,
she's been held.
And from what I've been told by an officer, is that they would then start the process if there's if there's an agreement for extradition, etc., etc., etc. Of course, you know that if she's challenging the extradition and so, then that's another legal process.
Is in India she was picked up?
What they say? In India, they call the name of the place. 1 second here.
A woman named in the apparent kidnapping of diamond dealer Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi, well, Abu Dhabi in India.
The UAE.
UAE, okay. Well, that's where she was picked up, according to the news. According to the news, I don't know if it's correct, but according to the news,
yeah,
that's what they said. So, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's the latest that we're hearing there. But that is an important case. There's ramifications flowing from that also.
I would believe so.
Depending on how that goes,
Yes.
So we just got to. I don't know. Antigua is a queer place, boy.
Things just seems to just quietly go away.
Yeah. I like how you put that. I like how you put that. Things just seems to quietly go away. I like that. I like that. That makes sense. That I could work with that. Things just seems to quietly go away. Earlier up, I see somebody I already played out. It already played out last Wednesday. Beef. What already played out last Wednesday? I don't know.
I have a topic I would like to touch on. I don't know.
Bring it up.
If you're interested.
Well, let me hear it. I don't know. I mean, like running the movie wasn't called Fire. But go ahead.
Yes. Well, I don't know if you have received the videos that would have been circling around pertaining the former minister of
Mr. Jonas.
Mr. Jonas.
Yes. I have.
Yes. What's your take on that whole incident?
Firstly, let me say I'm not a lawyer. Let me put that on the table right off the bat. I'm not a lawyer. As everybody else, we hear and we listen to the people who's supposed to know, and we draw a little conclusions and that kind of stuff. Well, the initial thing that went around. The initial thing that went around was, let me not even get into that. Let me not deal with it explicitly. But what went around initially, what was circulated via WhatsApp initially, was not correct as to who was doing that or who did what, blah, blah, blah. That wasn't correct. But I want to say something.
Go ahead, man. Me follow you, man.
That wasn't correct. Yeah. And then it eventually came out that blah, blah, blah is the case.
Yeah.
Where somebody had seen the recording way before. The thing happened maybe about Thursday.
Yeah.
Maybe 30 minutes after the incident, the person that spoke to me told me they saw the video and that kind of stuff. And to my mind, the situation with the gentleman, the driver who used to drive Namba, came to my mind. The guy Toby.
The ones that died. The ones that died.
He died, yeah. I kind of just saw some similarity in that situation there. I'm not sure if Mr. Pompey, if you're listening, Could you give me a call, please? 462-1100. The reason why I am not calling you, I don't know how to call and hold the call and that kind of stuff. I'm just trying to look at it here to see if I could figure it out. But no, I can't really see that. So, Mr. Pumpy, if you're listening, if anybody out there, yeah, Pumpy number?
No, yeah, I think so. No,
if anybody out there, ask Mr. Pumpy if he could give me a call, because I would want to defer to him in relation to that. I understood that he made some comments on it on a program. Mm-hmm. I tried going through to see what it, but I wasn't able to see it. So I can't read it. But somebody told me that that he made some comments in relation to that situation there. But I would really prefer if I could get in touch with Mr. Pumpy.
To have his take first, huh?
Yes, because he would have been right in it. He would know what the procedures ought to have been, or at least he would have an opinion on that.
He's not in this phone, my
boy.
No.
I have his number, just that I don't know. Let me see if this is a tune here, and then let me try to see if I could reach him and see if I could work something out. You're listening to 97.1 ZDK Liberty Radio. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
This is crazy. Paying tribute to the young killer. All your killer say, all your policemen have to protect and serve. God bless for that. Crazy. Well, my wife, she want a divorce. If I join up the police force, she said they're getting on bad, and she watching them National Guard. Nowadays, a big competition between the police force and civilian. You see, anything these hooligans do, police doing them too. And don't doubt me, who you think killed the man in Savannah is a policeman. Who raped the cow in Balandra is a policeman. Who stabbed the wife, Diego Martin, is a policeman. Who take bribe and get away smiling is a policeman. Hey! All your police have to do better than that. Alright. In the force for security and harassing everybody with the guns hanging at the side. For safety, better run and hide patiently, waiting till you pass. Shoot you and say that you had cutlass. And if the shot hit you in the back, they go say renegades can attack. And don't doubt me, who you think thief the ham last year Christmas is a policeman. In a supermarket, sure go on us is a policeman. Who you think kill the wife in Mayaro is a policeman. Then he drink a glass of Foscono is a policeman. Hey!
Alrighty then, let me go here. Good night. Is this Mr. Pumpy?
Yes, it is.
Hey, how are you doing, Mr. Pumpy?
I am very well, thank you.
Beef here.
Yes.
Good night, Mr. Pumpy.
Yes, good
night. That's the voice of one Mr. Craig Jeremy.
Yes.
Oh, Craig Jeremy, of course.
How are you, sir? How are you?
I am very well, and how have you been keeping?
I'm okay. I've been cooling out, sir.
Well, yes, and you do the correct thing. You can't go wrong.
Yes, sir.
So that if you all know one another.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. We spoke, yes.
Mr. Pumpy, Mr. Jeremy just raised the issue of, he asked me whether or not I would have seen the video that's circulating, depicting an incident that took place between some police officers and the former parliamentary representative in the St. George constituency. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a police, and I thought I would have given you a call to firstly to find out if you know about the situation and if you would want to share an opinion with us.
Well, yes, I do, and I must say, those who would have followed my comments on Facebook would have seen I did not write because I've seen the video at that time. But tonight, someone showed me the video on their phone, and I saw as much as where Mr. Jonas, I saw him coming out, I believe, his garage area.
It looks so to me.
With a folder.
Correct.
And I must say, Corporal Joseph, who is my, not directly next door neighbor, but he just lives just across the road from me. I know a very pleasant police officer, well disciplined, and I want to say, and I am speaking authoritatively now, he appears to have been the victim of poor leadership and poor quality supervision. Now, to speak to your question, police officers should know what is a criminal offense from what is just a report in which they are asked to intervene. If they don't know that, then things like this are going to happen. And I thought by now, every police officer, whether they joined before I left the police service or joined after I left the police service, should have known what happened in October of 2006. In October of 2006, and those of you who have internet may go to the London Privy Council appeal, in which another very innocent, quiet, professional officer, Constable Kevin Nelson, ended up in jail for a bit of indiscretion. And when I say a bit of indiscretion, is that at 1:30 in the morning, he was awoken from his sleep in All Saints Police Station, where he was attached. And I did tell you, I spoke with him. This was when he was incarcerated. And I told him the thing he should not do is leave his police station to go and help any other police officer. And the reason I tell him this is because you cannot have 5 personnel at the time attached to Liberty Police Station, and you only have 1 Constable Francis attached there. I was very tough in saying what I said, and I can repeat it for the benefit of your listeners now. I believe you have people might be listening. Is that the person that I blame for all this would have been the sergeant. I'm not going to identify him. He's retired now from the police service, who was there. Because you cannot leave one constable at a police station with government money, government firearm, and something might happen in the village, and he must leave the station unattended. Impossible. I figure that that corporal at that time should have been disciplined. Corporal? No, sergeant. He should have been disciplined. But they didn't. It's none of my business, really. But the citizens, the people who are listening now, needs to know of the responsibility of the person who is assigned leadership of the police stations and responsibility to ensure that the men and women under their command are led well, are guided well, are instructed well, and are supervised well. Now, I just want to give you a little history of the Nelson, which is Kevin Nelson, a constable. He's back in Guyana now. He spoke to me from prison. I don't know how he did it. He spoke to me from prison a week before he was to be discharged and told me he was going back to Guyana when he did. And obviously he did. Now, Denfield Tony Thomas, and I'm not reading from anything. I know the case so well, and I know the circumstances very well. And I was deeply hurt because of him getting himself in that kind of problem. Now, when a report, people don't understand this one, when a report is made to the police about a crime, and when we speak to crime, we are speaking to incidents where only two crimes you can have there: against property, that is to say, if people stole it, however they would have stolen it, if they defraud you from it, and if they destroy your property, if they damage it in any way, and if they set fire to your property, well, we call that one arson. But all of them has a certain amount of damage. Elements of the crime is damage. When it comes to your person, you as the individual, if they assault you, and let me explain this to you, because I know that is one of the charges Mr. Jonas is facing, which is most stupid and ridiculous. When you speak to an assault, and what I'm saying to you here, Beef, Mr. Jeremy and your listeners, are things that I learned more than 50 years ago. I joined the police service. You hear what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I don't have to look at anything to tell you what an assault is. They tell you an assault is where a person intends to do you harm. That is to say, when you see a man come out with a machete or a gun, it is enough for you to be fearful. And the word the Lord used there is where you apprehend fear that he's going to use it on you. If you can run, then you run. If you can't run, any kind of thing you have in your hand and you could knock him down, even if death occur, you will be justified. You don't wait until he used that cutlass on you to react. You knock him down and kill him. Now, when you see someone with a cutlass is a little different because he has to get at least within 2 feet of you. With a firearm, it doesn't have to be within 2 feet. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
if you were in the military?
Yes. No, well, I watch movies.
Oh, you watch movies. So,
yes.
you see how gun can reach me and you without them getting very close to us.
Of course.
Right. But if you can get anything, whether the weapon is a cutlass, a stone, a gun, whether licensed or not licensed. You're not supposed to have no unlicensed gun, really, you know. Let me tell you that. The Firearms Act forbids that.
Yes, sir.
But if you happen to have one, I prefer to be tried by judge and jury.
Right.
Than for anybody be singing and crying over me going to the cemetery. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Not telling you how to follow me, you know.
Yes, sir. I'm
okay,
listening.
good. Now, so you would have apprehended her. So they don't reach you yet. What I saw in the video, where the police would have been talking about assaulting, that is hogwash. Take it from me.
Yes, sir.
And that can't stand up anywhere because Jonas was gesticulating. And people do that. You wave your hand, it's not that you want to fight. So there's no need, not even the officer was afraid. That
Body
he
gesture,
was
body
going to be
gesture.
attacked. Not him.
Body gestures, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Because if he was, and no police officer serving the police force now can say they are afraid. Cowardice is not part of the training. Because if you're afraid, resign and leave the job. You can't say you're afraid. So there is no way you can go before any magistrate and say you are afraid that he was going to do something to you. Why? Because in the training and in the very law, our Constitution, you can look at it, it tells you what you can do to protect yourself, to protect your property, and to protect people who will be subject to violence. Those are the 3 things you will see in the Constitution, and you can read it for yourself. The Constitution says you can use reasonable force. How you can measure that is if you use force that is equal, almost equal to what a person has used against you.
Yes.
In other words, if a man hit your thumb, and this is vernacular now, everybody knows what that means.
Yes.
You cannot take up your gun and shoot him. I know of the situation in Barbuda where a contractor, one of his employees had something with him. Upon he felt he talked too much and he shot him in his mouth. That is not justified, and that's why he got jailed.
Yes, sir.
All right? So you can't, a man give you a thump and you take a piece of stick and break his hand. You can't do that. You will be going to jail.
If you
so you can't say that he first. It's not about he first. It is about the type of force that you use in relation to what you get. And it has to be instantaneously. You can't wait till you get an opportunity, then he turn his back going away from you, then you take a stone and knock him down. Police will lock you up. That is what would happen. Now, in the case of Jonas, who came out quietly, but obviously he was up to what was happening. You know why I say that? I'm not speculating here. I am drawing the inference that there would have been a dispute between himself and the lady that they are saying is the mother of an 8-year-old boy. And I can tell you this. This is not one of those cases where you say it is sub judice and you can't talk about it. You can talk about this one here. Why? Only one person will be dealing with this, and that is the magistrate. The magistrate is the judge of the facts of the case, which I don't have, and you don't have, and your listeners do not have, other than what is reported in the media, and other than what Dean Jonas himself has reported. The police have not come forward to say anything. Now, the magistrate is also the judge, the sole judge of the law. In the High Court of Justice, it is different. The 9 people who you see sit in front there at the jury, they are judges of facts only. And so, when you speak on radio about cases that is before them, or cases that are before them, you would have been running a risk of being cited for contempt of court. So you can't discuss it because you don't know who is listening and who might be selected to be on the jury to try it. So when they hear something, whether it is true or false, and they believe it, when they sit down there to deal with that case, their mind, they go there with what we call preconceived ideas.
Yes, sir.
And so you have what you call, when they come back with perverse verdicts, then you have a travesty of justice. You either go to jail when you should have been innocent, that is acquitted, or you either go to jail or you get away when you should have been convicted. And again, I am coming to Dean Jonas, but I want to lay a foundation so your listeners can understand.
We're listening, sir. We're listening.
2015, 10 jurors were banned by Justice Albert Redhead. You recall that, Beef?
Yes, sir.
This was a case where an 18-year-old allegedly had sexual intercourse with a 13-year-old. She voluntarily went with him, but the law must protect those smaller ones. Our law, Sexual Offences Act, speak to 16 years where you can give consent. And so the law says whether or not the 13-year-old allow you to do that, it is a crime. So you have no excuse about it. Quickly on that point. When Justice Redhead summed up the entire evidence and explained the law to them, because only he alone can explain the law to the jury. The jury doesn't know anything about law. When he expects that they will return a verdict of guilty, only 2 females who have sense said that the accused was guilty, and the other 10 said they were not guilty. At that time, you had the 12-member jury. Nowadays, they're going with 9 because they've amended the law to accommodate that. He banned the 10, so they couldn't sit on anything again. Right. Now, coming back to Dean Jonas there, when the officer, well, I don't know who it is because you could not see the officer. Well, what I saw, I could not see the officer. I am told you have a beginning where the police vehicles, some 1 or 2 vehicles pulled up there. I didn't see that part. Because when I saw the scuffling, I know the officer would have been reckless in what he did. Because Dean Jonas apparently was walking away from him after an interaction where he may have said, "You all come with your guns, and I have my gun inside too." That is not a threat. But I, as a jack donkey, hearing that, I would have been bolting out of Dean Jonas' yard. Why?
Sir.
Because I'm not there to investigate a crime.
Mm-hmm.
I am there simply because a mother came and requested. This is all that happened, you know. It's not that the lady reporting no crime. That is not the case. She did not report that Dean Jonas was ill-treating the 8-year-old boy. He is only claiming that. The woman, and the reason I'm saying this, the woman, we know only a woman can give birth to a child. All right? So you can reasonably assume that she's the mother of the 8-year-old child.
Yes,
and she's entitled to go for a child wherever the child is. If she cannot get the child voluntarily, she's entitled for reasons of the police to assist her in getting the child. If you cannot get that child, your duty is to walk away peacefully, but you don't leave the woman there because she's angry.
Yeah.
And if you leave that woman there, and like Dean Jonas with a gun, and she infuriated him, get him more angry than necessary, I don't know what he would do with his gun that he said he had inside. But when he turned away from the officers, whoever it is grabbed him from behind. This is the inference I'm drawing because you couldn't see anything. The closeness made it impossible for you to see who was holding him. But how I come to draw that inference is because the officer was very polite, very calm, identified himself as Corporal Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
That is the right approach.
Yes, sir.
And then, as a matter of fact, going back to my training school days, they tell you when you go to a place, especially whether or not you're uniform, you identify yourself and you declare your business. He's well trained in that part of it because he did say, this lady is reporting that you have a son here and she came to get the son, the child, and you're not handing him over.
Yes.
Now, as I said, Dean Jonas realized that he was on good footing. Although he didn't give birth to a child,
yes,
and there is no DNA testing as to whether he is the father. Let me explain a little thing here so men and women will understand what is happening out there. Police cannot accept a crime is being committed where the child is being abused or neglected or abandoned. And when I say abandoned here, is where the woman will lock up the child in the house and go on to a dance.
Mm-hmm.
So when you do get her, you have to lock her up
mm-hmm.
for abandoning the child. And abandon and neglect go almost very closely. Why? Because if you abandon the child cannot get food, which you as the parent, whether man or woman, whoever had custody of that child at that time, they would be subject to prosecution before the court. But yes, Dean Jonas did not even allow any conversation to develop. And he ordered the officer, and he said, you too. I'm assuming it would have been the woman, because I didn't see her in the video. For what I saw, maybe you did beef. Now, at that point in time, all the officer had to do, ma'am, it is quite obvious to me and you that Mr. Jonas is not prepared to hand over the child.
Mm-hmm.
So please, tomorrow, which would have been the Friday, see a lawyer
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and let a lawyer deal with that.
Yes.
And I can tell you, none of my business really, but I want to share it with you and your listeners. The documentation, the folder you would have seen contain documents that is filed before the court.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, those matters have not yet been determined by the court who should have custody.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a lot of men get pig in bags.
What I mean?
Let me explain that to you. And I'm speaking now from practical knowledge when I was a court prosecutor. I didn't deal with those matters. But when Mr. Cumberbatch, that name ring a bell to you?
Yes, sir.
Cosbert Cumberbatch was a magistrate.
Yes, sir.
I was his prosecutor. And you know, it breaks my heart, but it's something I never forget. he had one of those, in the law it was bastardy, I don't know if they changed it now, bastardy cases to deal with, where a woman would take a man before the court to feed a child or children. And that woman is so wicked and cruel to a man, made the man do all kinds of things before the baby was due, buy all kinds of things for the baby, and the woman told Mr. Cumberbatch, he's not the daddy of my baby. Oh, it's the first time I've seen a big man cry.
What you cry for?
Because he got a pig in a bag. He was claiming baby that he was not the father of.
You just learned the lesson in life.
Right. I'm just sharing these things for the benefit of you all. This is not something I'm making up. Any one of you who wish to reach Mr. Cumberbatch, you can just dial him at 764-2657. He will tell you the same story I'm explaining here. Because he dealt with it.
Me know a guy like that, so enough work.
All right, good. So, but then there is a time, and he gave evidence that he did all of this. Okay?
Yes, sir.
They had sexual course along the way. But he don't know if that baby was in there before he had sex with the woman.
Well, instead of sexual course, he should have had sexual intercourse.
Right. Well, you're correct. No, you're so correct. You're so correct with that. Anyway, let me get back to I said that to let people know. In the case of Dean Jonas now with this child, until he has a DNA test, the court can't make a ruling that he is positive to the baby. And those of you who watch television with some doctor, you know those shows in the afternoon? Those are real shows.
Yeah, Dr. Phil and so.
Right. So, and we have the same thing here. You can go to the same process here, get the DNA test, you and the baby. And you don't have to take blood samples if you have clothing where they can get that from. If you have toothbrush.
So if you can just look and see, you still have to do the DNA test?
Yes, it's about look. You have to go the scientific way.
So if you look on them and you can see that tall, non-tall go, so you still have to do the DNA?
Yes, you have to do that. Look, so many people resemble people and they're not related.
Okay, thanks for that.
Right. Yes, so that is where they are. But Dean Jonas, he has custody of the child, not because he abducted the child. The child was left in his custody to allow the mother to travel to the United States. That is what most people really don't know. And if the police who went there, Corporal Joseph and others, would have been, if they had knowledge, again, it's lack of knowledge, why all of this happened, that whole thing occurred. So let me link the Jonas matter there now, before I come to the part you really want to hear, with the Tody Thomas matter. At 1:30 in the morning, October 2006, a mother, Nasha Edwards, I don't know if she's still alive or she's in Antigua, Nasha Edwards, went to the Liberta police station and said her baby bag with some baby food and nappy in the bag, she wants it for the baby. The baby at the time was with the grandmother at All Saints Village. So there was no need for them to go to Tody and fight with Tody and then shot and kill Tody. That's why when Justice David C. Harris, and I tell you, I'm not reading from anything, it's something I know. These things I follow them keenly, because I know people will want to know, and I can explain them to them. This is when David Harris slapped 22 years on Nelson. As I said before, a very pleasant officer. Then the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, I'm not sure if it's 7 or 2 years, but it makes no difference. Well, assuming that the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court took off 7 years from that sentence, that means he would have served 15. But the Director of Public Prosecutions at the time, Mr. Anthony Armstrong, felt because he didn't go to deal with a crime and just a baby bag, nobody should lose their life for that. So he appealed to the London Privy Council, which is the Judicial and Legal Service. Judicial. What is it now? Judicial JCPC, which is the Judicial Committee of the London Privy Council, JCPC. And they looked at the facts and circumstances with the law. You can only appeal on a point of law. And they couldn't see how the 3 judges on the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, which is the ECSC, based in St. Lucia, that is the itinerant. I use the word itinerant because they go in all the OECS jurisdiction and deals with appeal matters. They believe they were smoking marijuana. The judges, 3 judges, including a female, they believe the judges were smoking marijuana when they took off, whether 7 or 2 years. And they put it back on. So Nelson ended up serving his full 22 years in jail. And I feel sorry for him up to now as I speak. I may see him sometime. Now, Dean Jonas did not do anything wrong. Did not say anything wrong. And so the officers them acted unlawfully. Say that I tell you that tonight, Saturday night.
Yes, sir.
Right? And see what is going to happen on Monday.
Yes, sir.
Now, Craig, you're a good maths man. I'm going to give you something here now. Now, there is no way when Monday comes that the Commissioner of Police can say he's not ready with a case file. That is too simple and straightforward.
Yes, sir.
There is no way they can apply for an adjournment to investigate the same matter because there's nothing to investigate. So they have to be ready on Monday. I'll tell you why. If there were 2 officers, that is Corporal Jason Joseph and another, or even say 3 officers, it would simply mean they would have 4 witnesses, 3 police officers and the civilian, the woman who went to get the baby.
Yeah.
So there is no way they can say they're not ready.
Yeah.
Now, police have a habit that when they are doing anything, they try to pack you up with all kinds of canes, matter what length. I know in the early days when you had sugar cane, you have a variety of them. They tried to pack you up with all of them. So what they did, they said the man was disorderly, when in fact the man was not disorderly.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir.
If he was disorderly, people in the neighborhood would have called them.
Yes, sir.
And report that we can't sleep up here because Dean Jonas making so much noise with his mouth.
But Mr. Pumpy,
yes.
Can you be disorderly on your own property, sir?
Yes, you can. The law provides for it.
Okay.
If you look at the Small Charges Act, a man could have a disorderly house, but not in this context, what I'm saying here.
Okay.
Because had they not gone there, had the woman not gone there to make trouble, and had the police not gone there to help her out of the trouble, this would not happen.
Yes, sir.
You and I would not have known that the Indians have some child up there.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to tell you more. And the most stupid thing that could happen is that the video reach social media, and that could only come from
the police,
from the officer, Corporal Joseph.
That's a body cam.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it is not illegal to have it. Let me say that to you all. Not illegal. But to have that go in evidence, you would have to have a specific law. They'll have to go to Parliament, pass a law, and say police will do this from this date onwards. But if the court wants to see, the court will make an order that it sees what is what was transpired
on the video.
On the video.
Yeah.
The court will do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because the court wants to make informed decision. But whether or not the court sees what transpired there, the court knows that you cannot enter private property without a warrant, just as you cannot go into a man's fete or party without invitation.
Yes, sir.
If you manage to crash, you have to behave yourself. Drink what you can drink, eat what you can eat, and behave yourself. From the moment you start to make trouble, they can use reasonable force to get you away from there.
Yes, sir.
And the time has come when I must tell people openly, you are protected by law to eject anybody off your premises, including police. Time has come for me to say that.
But
now.
Mr. Pompey, I believe that the police needs to be more. There need to be more training for the police force, because, like I heard you said when you earlier started out, you said that he got poor leadership from his superior and
poor supervision as well.
All right. If they prepared for this meeting, his superior should have let him know, listen, you're going to be confronted by some people that is going to be showing a lot of temper and anger and stuff like this. There are going to be times when they might say something out of the way. You have to be prepared to this. And professional in your persona to know that things is going to be said out of anger and stuff like this. And, you know, when I saw Mr. Jonas trying to speak to the police first and was getting a bit close, I think that the police should have, you know,
they should
instructed
retreat.
him.
There's a word we call retreat.
They should have instructed him to, you know, don't come out of your comfort zone. Don't let us reach this position where I'm going to have to arrest you.
No, they don't have to do that.
Okay.
They don't have to do that. Their duty is to leave.
Okay.
Because they're not going there to deal with a criminal offense.
Say no more, sir.
They are not going there to deal with a criminal.
Say no more, sir.
All right. I have training, and I serve in the police service at the highest level.
Okay.
You hear me? From a constable till I sat in the commissioner's chair. So I understand what that is all about.
Okay, sir.
Just as I didn't want politicians to push me around.
Mm-hmm.
So I retired very early when they did something stupid.
Yes, sir.
I still say that up to today.
Yes,
Stupid.
sir.
You can send me and leave when I never asked you for leave. If I ask you for leave, then you give me leave. When you force me and leave, I take all my leave and then I retire. To hell with politicians.
Yes, sir.
But all of them are my friends, you know. Don't get me wrong. All of them are my friends.
Okay.
So how you square that?
Well, how can I say it? I have some good friends in the government. We'll come back to the Dean Jonas thing, but as you asked that question there, I have some good friends in there. The Prime Minister is my friend. If I see a comment, if I see a bit of news where I have to put a little bit of, humor to my comment, I will do that. If I must tell you, if I'm doing a commentary where I need factual information, you can write commentaries and you don't know what you're writing about. I will call the Prime Minister and he will accommodate me and he will share whatever information he has. If I speak to Mr. Joseph on a different level, and I speak to Chet Green on a different level, and I speak to Mr. Who's that now? Benjamin. I almost speak to Mr. Benjamin daily.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can say about the three of them. Say four then. Mr. Joseph, if he missed a call from me, Mr. Chet Green, if he missed a call from me, the Prime Minister, if he missed a call from me, and Mr. Benjamin, if he missed, I normally call him on Saturday. Saturday is when he has time. He's not in office. He will return the call. I am not begging them for nothing. 16 years now I left the police service. I haven't worked for a man. I am satisfied with the little benefits I'm getting. And so you can afford to stand up and speak fairly without, and if people feel offended, well, that is their business. I am not concerned about that. They can put that in a pipe and smoke it. But come back to Gene Jonas. There was a slap assault on him because we saw he was just merely gesticulating. He didn't offer he didn't even make any attempt to hit the officer. But he was insisting that the officer get off his private property.
Mm-hmm.
And that is all you need to know in that thing there for the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Then they hit him with resisting arrest because the law allows you to use reasonable force to protect yourself, whether it's police or not police, but people don't know that. Hold 1 second for me, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you're listening to 97.1 ZDK. And I'm just trying to follow the basketball game here.
Yes.
Jabaki.
Yes.
85-91.
Okay.
Boston up.
Okay.
I'm back with you.
Go ahead, Mr. Pompey. Go ahead.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
No, but what I will not advocate to the citizens is that situation can get out of hand depending on how you react. When police react stupidly, then humans would react negatively in a different way. And you would have heard one fellow always say this on his political platform while I was stationed in Barbados at NIPS. Every action gets a a reverse reaction, but in a negative way. And that is what happened. The training I had with the British, the Americans, and the Canadians, they use the word fusion, F-U-S-I-O-N. They tell you anytime you get angry, I mean the person you're dealing with get angry, and you get angry, the two set of anger fuse together.
Mm-hmm.
And there is where you have bacchanal.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, I don't think these officers here have that kind of training where you keep quiet. Then somebody, if there's a crowd, somebody will say, but look how the officer is behaving, so quiet.
Yeah.
And you behaving so. So all you need is one person in that crowd there who's standing by watching what is happening.
Yes, sir.
But if you go there behaving like a donkey fowl, aggressive, hostile, disrespectful, discourteous, expect trouble. What do you think you're dealing with? Robots? Only robots don't react.
Yeah.
You have to press button for robots to move. So police officers need that kind of training, and they need a training that is called sensitivity training, where they must put themselves in the place of people.
But let me ask you another question, sir.
Go ahead.
This is a totally different scenario. In case of you hiring a contractor.
Hold on. Let him finish and then we go.
Go ahead, sir.
Finish off with Dean.
Right. Now, so they gave him the assault because of what I saw. He was just merely gesticulating as the officer was advancing. We know that it was a body camera because they can see the movement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those of you who follow technology will know that. And if it was Dean who was doing the recording, we couldn't see his face. Why? Because his back would have been turned to his house where he would have had his camera. Unless it was a smart camera that could see in front of Dean. And that is the reason why we couldn't see who was advancing towards him. But again, we assume it was Corporal Joseph because he was the one who identified himself in the video. And then they slap resisting arrest. A man, you going into your garage and you grab from behind, you have to resist, and you can use reasonable force for that, especially on your premises. Not on the public road you are. On the public road might be a little different, but not in your home. That is your castle. In England, the Englishmen call it your castle. Under our Constitution, it said you must not invade the citizen's privacy unless you have a warrant to enter and search, unless it is in the interest of defense.
Yes, sir.
Unless it is in the interest of health, unless in the interest of protecting the revenue, public revenue. Those are the times when the law says when police arrest you and deprive you of your liberty, it is not a breach of the Constitution. Because they only do that because something happened and they are duty bound to act. This is not the case with Mr. Jonas. What did he do? That is what you have to ask yourself.
Yes, sir.
When the officer went to his premises, what did they go to do? To investigate a crime or to assist a murder? You see the difference there?
Yes, sir. Yes,
they didn't go to investigate a crime. And the poor lady wanted assistance. So she went to them, and they went to see if they could get the child away from Dean Jonas. He decided he wasn't handing over no child because he's the father. He took care of the child while she was in the United States. But we know Dean Jonas don't have a vagina. I use that word. You know what that means.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so he could not have given birth to that child.
Yeah.
All right?
Yes, sir.
We know he also had a penis. But we're not sure wherever he put it, it left anything that will make that child. We don't know that.
You need a DNA test.
No, I am saying it for people to understand. This is raw.
Yes.
But not rude.
Yes.
It's just to give you an understanding of how
real
the law
talk.
works with that.
Real talk.
Right. Now, then, they say he resisted. This is when he was trying to get away. All right?
Yes, sir.
And what is the other one? Disorderly conduct. And he say he was talking too loud. No. That charge you'll be reading for that you at Scotts Hill, at a place with your home, did conduct yourself in a disorderly manner. I don't know where they will find the evidence to show that he was disorderly before they got there. I don't know where they'll find that evidence. I don't know where they'll find the evidence to that he was not entitled to resist the officers. He was entitled to do that.
Okay.
Use reasonable force.
Okay.
But I can tell you, those charges will not stand. Why? Because he was not acting in the execution of duty. Let me explain a little part in that. People would say that the police are executing the lawful duty. You hear that word?
Yes, sir.
Lawful duty. Now, only the court will decide.
Yes, sir.
If what the police were doing was lawful.
Yes, sir.
Are we clear on that, ladies and gentlemen who are listening? Only the court can decide whether what Craig Jeremy was doing, or Dave Beef Joseph were doing was lawful. So if the police are doing an unlawful act, then all those three charges would go down. The resisting arrest, the assault, the battery on police, and the disorderly conduct. They cannot stand.
Mm-hmm.
So without a criminal offense there now, they are having a problem.
Yes, sir.
And so, if I'm not telling the lawyer what to do, Mr. Robinson, He has the same training like me in law enforcement.
And let me say this before you move on. People are saying that you are not a lawyer, you're a police. And you just mentioned a name there, Mr. Robinson. Yeah. And I must say, Mr. Robinson was also a police officer, turned attorney now. And he's doing a fairly brilliant job
for his clients.
Yes,
but let me tell you.
Go ahead.
The lawyers you see went to university. No, except, let me put it in this way. Because some of the police are dunce. And why they are so dunce? Because they do not read and try to educate themselves. Some are brilliant. And those are the ones who would read. Some have understanding. Those are the ones who will stand up and listen to your troubles and try to help you.
Yes, sir.
But the new ones we have in the last decade, man, they are like wild donkeys. And Barbuda has plenty of them over there. Yeah. But I'm not here to attack them. Because if they are not properly supervised and not properly led, it's just like if you drive your vehicle and you can't drive.
But
you get around a corner.
If I am a police officer and I hear Mr. Pompey saying these things, I would adhere. I won't take it as a slap down or an insult or anything like that.
No, and that's why I'm careful. I am not painting everybody with a brush. It's just like any mango tree you have. Some are going to drop off even before they reach maturity.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And even those that hang on the thing, some are going to be sour, and some are going to be sweet.
All right, ask your question why I wanted
yes,
so that we could wrap up. And it's almost 12 o'clock, I didn't even realize that.
Quickly, Mr. Pompey, let me ask you a quick question. It's a different scenario, but in case you're a homeowner and you hired a contractor to build a home on your private property, and during the construction you fell out with the constructor, the contractor, and you halted all construction, and the contractor would have taken all the monies that he would have charged you to complete the home, but the house isn't completed, and there are some materials that the contractor decide he's going to come back to collect because you have stopped all work and you're now trying to go through the courts to rectify the problem. Your lawyer spoke with the contractor lawyer, came to an amicable agreement, and decided that they're going to come back when all parties can join to rectify the problem. But the contractor took it upon his own position and came on the property of the homeowner, and the homeowner told him not to trespass on the property, but he still came and trespassed on the property with over 15 other individuals. An altercation ensued, and the contractor took out a firearm and beat the homeowner with the firearm, causing him to suffer broken bones. What do you think about that, sir? Is the homeowner wrong to tell the contractor not to trespass on his... If both attorneys came to a conclusion that they will return on another date to try and rectify the problem, should the contractor take it upon his own and come on the homeowner's property, which then resulted in an altercation?
No, let me say this to you. I know some attorneys are very good, and I have a number of them as my friends, and some are very crooked. And if people would go to the length, I am not answering your question, that if people go to the length that they should go, they would be in jail like Cassell is in Montserrat, is in jail. That's the most I will say with that little part there. Now, no contractor, gun or no gun, are to go on the woman's, whoever, man's property to say they're removing anything. And by now, I thought you would have been telling me that the contractor was arrested and charged by the police and his gun being seized by the police. Can you help us with that part?
Well, the little knowledge that I have, I was told that the contractor was arrested, his gun was seized, but...
All right, well, that's good enough,
No, that's not good enough. I wanted to hear...
That's good enough for me for what I wanted to know.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
But in terms of whether lawyer agree, sometimes the lawyers don't agree. I mean, do things to suit me and you. Okay? I must tell you, they are there to give us advice. We are there to instruct them what we want them to do because we are paying them to do that.
Yes, sir.
Understand that?
Yes, sir.
When you go to a lawyer, it's to get advice. Whatever you want them to do, you are instructing them. And it has a cost. It has what we call legal fees. And when they say $1,000, you're expected them to pay that. Whether or not they will achieve what you want them to do. Because they are actually giving a service. But when anywhere you see your property under the Constitution, you're entitled to claim it. But what I want to caution you and the listeners who are listening is that when situations like this develop, don't take it on your own because you might end up in hospital, either hospital or a grave, depending on who you're dealing with. Call the police. Let one of them end up in hospital or grave. And in Antigua and Barbuda, I can tell you, we are not a violent society. Some things are happening, yes, like any other part of the world. But I'm not concerned what happened in Russia, what happened in America, what happened in Grenada. I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about where I am in this jurisdiction.
No.
When you tell a man don't come on your property and he come on, if you can break his foot, break it.
Wow. Okay.
They must understand that.
Yes,
it's
sir.
time for people to understand what the Constitution allows you to do to protect yourself and your property.
Yes, sir.
If you tell a man don't come on your property and he insists on coming on, as a matter of fact, under the Small Charges Act, there's an offense called trespassing, where you go on there lawfully and based on what developed, you ask to leave, and you decide you're not leaving, then you use reasonable force to eject. Listen to the word. Eject. E-J-E-C-T. Is not to be confused with evict, where they evict you from a place, get you out completely. Your duty is to ensure that you understand your rights and the law. And sometimes what people assume as the right, the law doesn't cover that to give them protection.
Yes, sir.
So let me, for emphasis, when you tell beef don't come onto your premises, enclosed or not enclosed, and when I use the word enclosed, is where you would have a fence around it.
Yes, sir.
And in other words, if you come in an enclosed place where you can't run out, when you hang him in there, we blow.
Deal with it. Now, one last thing, sir. One last thing. The investigating officers, they're trying to say that the file has been misplaced. They can't find the file, and so there's no information coming from the police pertaining to this case. And what the individual had was to do was to go and get an investigating officer to do some investigation to find out what was going on with this case. And so he eventually gave the individual the date, because they apparently tried this case. They called the case about 4 times already behind the back of the complainant. And the complainant had no idea that they were doing this, sir.
No, that don't sound right. Craig, Jeremy, that don't sound right. That's not how we do things. And I don't think that is how it's been done here.
I'm telling you, sir.
Because, no, listen to me. The magistrate set dates for their matters to be heard.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Even if it is not ready for hearing, the magistrate will still set a date when that will come up.
Who's responsible?
Pardon me?
Who's responsible for letting the other party know the date?
I'm dealing with crime. I'm not dealing with civil matters. Civil matters, bailiffs deal with that, not police. All right?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
dealing with crime. And this crime I'm dealing with now is where the contractor beat the man up with the firearm.
Yes, sir.
All right? And he broke his jaw. That is what we call assault occasioning actual bodily harm.
Yeah.
Actual bodily harm because he had fractures.
Yes, sir.
Right. I'm dealing with that one. The investigator has to be in court every court date that matter comes up. He has a duty to let the virtual, we call it the virtual complainant, but really the complaint is in the name of the Commissioner of Police. But what I don't want people to do is when you have matters like these, do not go to the investigator. Do not go to a sergeant or a corporal. Go to the Commissioner of Police.
But you're being denied that, sir.
Pardon me?
You're being denied that.
The Commissioner must accommodate you. That's what the public is paying him for.
I'm saying to you, that's not happening, Mr. Pumpy.
Well, I am not going to jump on that with you, Craig. But let me tell you what is happening with why they have to do it. You see the phones that the government issue every police officer almost?
Yeah.
It's for them to use in the line of their duties, not their private phone. So they can't tell you don't call government phone.
Yes,
if they have a private phone, well, you can't call it. They wouldn't give you.
Mm-hmm.
You see the Commissioner phone? 464-8901. Write that down.
Okay, sir.
464-8901. Mr. Wade, because I have communication with these. 764-5273. Now, every time you go and buy something where you pay ABST, that money goes into...
Paying the phone bill.
No, not the phone bill, no. That money goes into the government treasury. And I think very soon you're going to have a new financial secretary, I think. Is it Beef?
Yes.
Some lady comp.
She's already all right,
good.
On the job.
Right. So every ABST deduction they make when you buy something, that goes to the government treasury. And when we send down the salary vouchers to police officers, that money pay them when they deposit in the bank.
Yes, sir.
So they have a duty to respond to you. They have a duty to answer you. But I don't want you to have any altercation with no junior officer who might say something to you and get you angry. So what you do, you call the Commissioner of Police. You go up there and make an appointment to see him. Because you don't know what he has to do in the mornings or on weekdays. You don't know what the Commissioner has. He might not be able to accommodate you. So you go to the Commissioner's Secretariat.
Mr. Pumpy, you're talking some theory thing there.
Pardon me?
You're talking some theory thing there. But let's not get hooked. I'm not asking you, I could tell you that.
Well, I can only tell you what I know.
Maybe when you call them that, they know your number. Or maybe when they hear your voice, they can say, okay, come in for the appointment. But what you're saying, you're talking theory, not practically.
No, so they don't respond to the public.
I'm telling you that for a fact.
Oh, no, well, it breaks my heart. Breaks my heart.
Well, there's a membership. There's a membership have its privileges, so, you were...
listen, since I left the police service, I haven't passed to police headquarters for nothing.
Okay.
I don't want nothing up there, and I don't want to get in anything with anybody. Are we clear on that point?
Yes, sir.
One of the things I used to like to do very much, even when I sat in the commissioner's chair there for a little while, is to go down in the police canteen and play a card game named Lizzie. Or we play domino. Or we play a game named Piju. You have to find time for that kind of thing. You can't sit in office all the time. And the same way, when crimes are happening, you have to leave your office and go. They will demand them. And you telling me you call the commissioner on something, or you call Mr. Wade, or you call Mr. Jeffers, or you call Mr. Dinard, or Mr. Coffey. These names I'm calling here are the people at the top. We call them the higher echelon of the police force. And you can't get a response from them. The commissioner has a duty to... Well, somebody told me this afternoon, and it would not have been surprised, that on Point FM, I don't really listen to radio nowadays, I must tell you. On Point FM, they're calling for the commissioner head. I'm not surprised about that. Not surprised at all. So Mr. Rodney, who was my subordinate, a very good worker when I was at the CID, we went on some operations. As a matter of fact, there was a fellow named Stedroy McDougall, if he's listening, you will hear, who lit in 1995, who lit a house, an apartment in English Harbor, and burned 2 people to death. They call him Fox, very smart fellow. It was a crime of passion, really, because his girlfriend left him for St. Lucian. This has nothing to do with what we're discussing here really in basic theory.
Yes,
but
sir.
I'm trying to show you something.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Rodney and I, we traveled to 2 places. We went to Buckley's where they were living first, and then we went to Potter's where we met him. I told him, I spoke with him, I told him what I needed him at the station for, and he came willingly and peacefully, and we did what we had to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I say all of this to tell you, I don't know what Mr. Rodney is doing daily. I know commissioners don't have no time. I can tell you that, especially now. Every minute is some kind of meeting.
Yes, sir.
Every minute is the minister want to hear this, want to see you.
Yes, sir.
Whether the Prime Minister or Mr. Benjamin, who has responsibility for the police, somebody wants to see you. So you don't have time to even sit down and eat your food.
Mm-hmm.
Well, only a stupid commissioner would not eat his food before he go anyway, because he does show when he leaving there.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, you're serving the public. I'm not concerned about no minister calling me that, and I have the public work to do, the public to serve. And before you told me there, I am shocked. But I will have a little word. I can't dictate to Mr. Rodney how he should run his police force, and I will not attempt to do that. But you have a duty. The commissioner has a duty to accommodate and entertain any member of the public
but
who goes up to see him, whether or not it's about crime. If it's not about crime, he will know how to handle it to give them advice.
Yeah. The secretary, you think the secretary reports everything that comes into them?
Yes, the secretary has the duty. The secretary normally come from the civil service, and that is their duty.
All right.
Their duty. They're supposed to have a diary right there. I don't know what... please don't get me wrong, okay? I can only tell you what obtained while I was there.
I already told you now, you're talking theory. I'm not doubting your theory at all, but I know
the secretary, when you go there to see the commissioner, she's supposed to have a book there to write down. Dave B. Joseph, come to see you. All right? And he, the commissioner now, will tell the secretary, find a date when you can notify Dave B. Joseph. And the secretary will take your information, your cell phone or whatever phone you have, and call you and say the commissioner will accommodate you on Wednesday next week.
Mr. Pompey?
Yes?
Finish up for me now. It's 12 o'clock. I want to go home.
Well, I'm finished because Mr. Jeremy raised these issues.
I already told you.
Yeah.
And you can talk until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. What you're talking there is theory.
Yeah?
It doesn't happen practically.
Well, let me tell you, you must do like Bishop Charles Brown. Let me tell you what he told me he did. He would not be mad at me. He has been going to the Treasury Department to get some of his benefits for more than almost a month and cannot get no money from them. And this day he went there, just sometime last month, he went there to speak with them. I know Bishop Charles Brown is not an easy fellow, I can tell you that. He went to them. He didn't go to know, while he was speaking to someone who was very polite to him, he shared with me. The person who is head of the Treasury Department passed in. He didn't trouble the person either, because the person was dealing with him in a civil and understanding way. And then somebody come and tell him, whatever you went for is not ready, come back at 1 o'clock. All right? Well, Bishop Brown said, well, listen, I'm not moving from here until I get my money to leave it. And he stayed there. The person who in charge came down and looked at him. He said, you still here? He said, yes, I'm waiting, and I'm not leaving here until I get what I come for.
Mm-hmm.
And Bishop, well, whatever she did, he got his money and he leave. Right. When you go to police headquarters, employ the same thing. They can't show you out. They can't tell you leave.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The only thing you can go upstairs because you have a guard there. That is the public section.
Yes, sir.
Are we clear on that?
Yes, sir.
When you go to the gardens and you have to behave yourself there, because if you go there in a rowdy way, the fellas will hold you and charge you with disorderly conduct.
Yes, yes, sir.
Right, I'm only trying to enlighten you on these things.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir.
No, one time we detained Mr. Fuller at St. John Station. You didn't know that. Not one soul know that.
Wow.
Because Mr. Fuller has a habit, he's dead now, would come to the gardens and bully whoever is around there. And because they hear the name Mr. Fuller, everybody's afraid. Why? I don't know.
Yeah.
When he come, they start pounding down on the desk. I tell them detain Mr. Fuller. Yeah. We didn't really come to the court, but you must understand he'll be treated just like any other person.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's my good friend, you know, I must tell you. But he's dead now.
Mr. Bumpy?
Yes?
I want to thank you very much for the information that you shared with us.
You're most welcome.
And we will follow the matter next week.
Yes.
And I'm sure that if it concludes next week, we will talk about it again.
It must conclude. Remember, quickly beef. Remember I told Mr. Jeremiah he's a good mathsman?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe sometime about, consider it about 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock Thursday night. All right? So work out the hours here. So when you're talking about, because you mean hours now, not days. If 8 o'clock Thursday night to 8 o'clock Friday night would be 24 hours. So put down that first 24. 8 o'clock Friday night to 8 o'clock tonight, which is Saturday night, is another 24 hours. 8 o'clock Saturday night to 8 o'clock Sunday night is another 24 hours. So from 9 o'clock until 9 the next morning, see how many hours you get there? That is the amount of time that the police have to finish that case file with Dean Jonas and ready for trial on Monday.
Wow.
You see so much, how many hours you have there? 24, 3...
72 and...
90...
12.
72 and 12?
72. 72 hours you have there?
Yes.
With the rest from 9 to 9. Right, so that is the amount of time the Chief Magistrate John Walsh. And the Chief Magistrate John Walsh is not an easy magistrate. You can't fool her. If she has to dismiss it, no politician can tell her what to do. None whatsoever. I can tell you that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so they better go straight. And the officer can report sick. That is the only how you will not be there on Monday. If he reported sick. But that will not stop the trial. They will continue with whatever weaknesses, whoever weaknesses they have.
Yes, sir.
And adjourn for him when he get better. So if it took a month, they will adjourn for a month. Simple and straightforward, but the trial will start on Monday.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Then all the best.
Thanks much.
Okay, Mr. Pompey.
Then.
Thank you very much
right.
again, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
All the best to you, Craig.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Right.
Let me just say thank you there to Mr. Pompey. Quite informative. And we will wait and see what happens come next week, God Spare Our Lives. Let me just check the WhatsApp board. Well, WhatsApp to see if that's sorted out.
Telling lies to you, but it's unbelievable. Now I want you to understand that I never fight for no man.
Ooh, Train is saying safe drive home to us, Beef.
Hey, thank you very much.
Don't mind how you run.
Hey, 110, 107 Blocky.
Yes, well, again, I want to say just give thanks to you for having me here, Beef. You know, and it was really informative tonight. And yeah, looking forward for next week. Big up Skuju Bantan.
Well, until we come together again next Saturday, God's willing. Remember, we get here for about 8 o'clock. Well, for 8 o'clock, but we're here before that. Making sure that we get set up and everything. Let me tell everybody, have a good night's rest. And have a good, easy day tomorrow. Got the grind starts again on Monday. More action again. Go Antigua, full of action.
Go to Mexico.
What a thing. Until we come together again. Hey, much love. Take care.
Bless
He play fast and he raise up his clothes. He have to come back to road. Me ain't have no beautyality. I haven't got no cash, no property. Any man who raise up the clothes, they want to come back to road. Once I fell in love with a fellow they call it love. We met in the park and we made romance in the dark. But unfortunately, we both couldn't agree. And since he gone away, I haven't seen him up to today. Partner, don't mind where he go. He want to come back to road. He could go to Mexico. He want to come back to road. And I know he can't run forever. He has to come back to sugar. He play fast and he raise up his clothes. He have to come back to road.
That's right.